Okay. I should be live now, right? Okay. Yeah, alright, that should be working. It's been a while. Things have been a bit hectic for me lately. So I've just been busy with stuff. Okay. Let's just get my stuff here done. Mm-hmm. Right. Today's join up is what? A hyenas arena. Let's get the ToF stuff done first. Mm-hmm. He did what? Wait, what? He deleted his shit? What the fuck? Why? Is he just trying to lean more into his weird grifting thing now? Political grifting? Is that why? He wants to hide anything of his past or whatever? That's crazy. It's just years worth of his stuff just gone. If that's really the case. Like, are they like deleted or are they just unlisted or something? But that's crazy. I've been busy and doing other stuff the past few days. I had my birthday the other day and everything. I was gonna try to stream that day, but then I was just too tired after getting home that day. So I didn't. Oh well, it is what it is. And then, yeah, there have been videos slowly rolling out into videos. Slowly rolling out on my channel. I say. But that is quite something. The fact that he just went and did that. Oh, it's all on him, right? It is what it is. Damn. That's crazy. Well, I guess he's just trying to keep the appearance that he's always been a grifter or something. The staff of homeless. I'm pretty sure someone at least clipped that somewhere and mirrored it or whatever. Okay. Oh, thanks. Wait one sec. The stream elements notification popped up. Let me get rid of the stream elements notification real quick. Every time now I want to like mess with my chat overlay, I have to remote into my other PC. But yeah. Can't stay long, drop the follow. I want to support the journey. I see. Well, for now, I'm just in my little bubble, just playing all sorts of things here and there. But thanks for the follow. But yeah, that's crazy what he did. The takedown thing. But like, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised though if like someone out there just took his stuff and mirrored it somewhere. It seems like something that would happen. Especially with the whole infamous staff of homeless incident. Oh wait. Wrong thing. I need rated in final trial. Not the event thing. I already have all the events stuff done. But yeah, hi Bootleg Gamer, welcome. But yeah, back from that very short hiatus of a few days ago. But yeah, things have just been busy. Mm-hmm. Oh, did I forget to grab a bottle of water from my fridge? Oh, whatever, I'll go grab one later. But yeah. Better team. I mean, this tube is already full. Got the main dailies there done. Time to get everything here done. But yeah. Mm-hmm. Oh, I had the wrong setup on my ult. It's gonna fly and do its thing. Now I can kill Phelan. Phelan almost dodged. Oh yeah, apparently there was an Enfield stream or whatever on the next patch the other day. Oh, I was not around for that. So you could probably look at that later as well. I could probably look at that when we're in Reinx or whatever. Okay. Cool. Got that done. Okay, I also saw they announced NTA stream or whatever. On the 18th. I'll try to see if I can be around for that. So I can cover that stuff as well. But yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Smack is dead already. Dodge. Nice and easy. Mm-hmm. Alright. That was nice, quick and easy. Yeah, easy raid, easy final trial. Always good when they're easy. It's always nice when it's like that. Do I need anything else here? No. What do you mean no more Calamity Cheese next patch? Oh, that's unfortunate. That's really unfortunate. Because, like, it's annoying doing it every day. It was fine when it was once a week, but doing it every day is just annoying. You know? Like, doing this shit, like, every single day. It's just kind of annoying. But yeah. It's just silly. Like, I don't have an issue with doing the raid or whatever. It's the problem is we have to do it every single day to get the stuff. That's the problem. If it was like once a week like before, that'd be fine. But doing it every day, they should have come up with a different reason to incentivize people to do it. Rather than just putting gear progress behind it. Because the thing is, it's even worse for newer players or whatever, because then they're missing out on those resources too. And like, the more they keep pushing the needle there, the harder and harder it is, and the longer it's gonna take for them to get caught up. If at all. Reality is they won't get caught up. Which is just the other issue there. Oh boy. That's what they're doing now? Yikes. Oh, this is even more annoying because I have to remote into the machine to get rid of that message. But yeah, we got bots coming and going again. Just when it, like, I thought it was over. It's just like, nope, and they're part of the problem why I can't let people share links in chat. Because they probably try to do that first. Because by default they're not blocked, and then go from there, and it's just so annoying. So, just keep links completely blocked. Which is just unfortunate. But that's just how we're stuck at doing things. They're the reason why the baby has to get tossed out with the bathwater or whatever the expression is. Because there's just too many of them. But yeah, I might as well spend the rest of my keys in network to get more credits, because it's not like they're ever gonna be useful anyways anymore. Right, because like there's still those things there. But yeah. Oh wait, I never finished the Mecha Research Academy thingy. That also needs to get finished at some point. Thus me opening chests here. But yeah. Is there any other ones left here? And then after that I'll just do my daily join up. It's like otherwise it's just like tough to just be logging in to do my dailies or whatever, get and then log off. It's been like that for the most part. The past forever. Until there's like new story, then we do that. And then back to maintenance mode. Damn, game's too alive. There's actually someone else down here opening chests. Imagine. Oh well. What else is here? I'll switch to channel 2. Let's get loaded on in. Come on. Hi Tara. Welcome, welcome. But I hit the limit for one of those items. Oh, okay, I still need one more core control. But whatever. I won't keep opening them today here. I wonder how much longer until I get that maxed out. I'm doing fine. Okay. Nothing else there. Let's get teleported over. Yeah, I've been busy and out the past few days. Nope. That's not what I was looking for there. Alright. Let me just claim the thing here. Mm-hmm. Which city's joint? Oh wait, I already saw it. It's Hyena's Arena. Alright, let's get this done. But yeah. I also had my birthday the other day and yeah, that's part of why also I've just been busy. It just adds to the list. And then there's the other stuff I've been working on. But yeah. Mm-hmm. Oh, let's get to the carnival thingy. Or whatever it's called. Mm-hmm.
Can't be wrong. It was you. Ah, my sweetheart. I will avenge you. Catch this.
Let's go kill Palace. Wait, did my model just get orked? Oh, great. VC face froze. Oh yeah, that's still a couple years off. But sure. That's still years away. Somehow VC face crashed. What cake I had? Cheesecake. Actually, for my birthday, we went to the Korean barbecue. Which was, it was good. What's funny though is like, what we sometimes do is like whenever like we go out to eat for like on an occasion like that, sometimes, and just in case, it's like bring a piece of ID or whatever to show for everything. They basically gave me half off, and then they gave me like complimentary ice cream. Because it was my birthday the other day. We ate it all you can eat Korean barbecue. I ate so much that day. But yeah. That's like one of the things there. But also, here, at least a lot of places here, you also get a discount if you pay in cash instead of by card. But yeah. Yeah, some places do. Actually, there's like a decent amount of places that do stuff that give like some sort of promo. I remember it was like, I think it was like, yeah, it was like last year for my mom's birthday. She wanted to eat it all you can eat sushi or something, and they gave her stuff at that place as well. Good. Some places give you special stuff if that's the case. But obviously you gotta prove it first. Yeah, you should. You never know. I mean, I know what Y2K was. I should have mocked protagonist welcome. I know what it was, but people were being peg over that. Y2K is kind of dumb to be scared over. That's the the Y2K scare. It's like, it is real. It's just, it's gonna happen in what, like 2038 or something? For 32-bit systems, because the actual counter cannot count anymore because it can't store any more data to work with on older 32-bit machines. The way around it is to just, you know, set the date backwards on the machine and then wait again. Assuming any of those machines are still in use. That's gonna be a thing. But that's in a couple more years. But it's gonna be funny to see. Oh, thanks for the 145 bits as well.
145 HBD.
But yeah, I mean, we're talking about older 32-bit machines. Right. Maybe they can handle it, maybe they can't. Who knows? But it is something to think about, I guess. Or not. Yeah, just older machines will flip out. But like, that's only for like old shit. Nothing anyone's using today, for the most part, will be affected. Oh yeah, of course you can. Yeah, it's gonna take a couple cycles. I mean, it's the same. Here's the thing though. It's the same thing with like GPUs and stuff as well. If you wanted to do 64-bit calcs on that, with like storing those values on the things, they can do it, even though they're mostly FP32. But for some reason, AMD and Nvidia have been neutering cards. Unless you get a specific model that will just work at like, at this point it's like what, 1/16th maybe? No, I think that's still a bit generous of what speed they could operate at. At this point, or something, 1/8, 1/16th or whatever. Instead of being half speed. Right, AMD's been doing it since, I think now for like the past 15, 16 years, Nvidia closer to the past 20, I think. But yeah. It is crazy though when you think about it. I mean, that's their own problem. Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah. Lots of integer math in that. For better, for worse. Okay. I'm just double checking to make sure I got everything I needed done here. Okay. Yeah, might as well do some more of this stuff as well. Gotta clear these things out. I guess I don't really need to push the pet battle thingy as much right now. Because there's still there's still like what, 2 weeks until season ends? Yeah. Because I do want to get all the things there. Okay, we can go do the Enfield stuff now. We'll probably react to the Enfield stream from the other day as well, because I have not seen it yet. I was also not available during that time that happened. But yeah, let me get it booted up. But yeah, how have you guys been the past couple days that I've been away? I'm just waiting for the thing to open up. You know what I'm really curious on? If the de novo hypervisor thing will ever work on Linux. The de novo hypervisor bypass, because that's like the only safe way I can imagine like using it. If people wanted to mess around with that stuff, if you could get it running on Linux. Alright, just getting Enfield to launch. It always takes forever to boot up, I don't know why. But yeah. Alright, let's switch categories. But yeah, I also plan on at least next week as well. I'll try to get like my thing worked out so I can stream during the NTA stream and do a reaction thing there. And then probably at the same time, look through do a react video on each of the things there too. At least I'd like to try to. Like each of the trailers or whatever they've released leading up to everything. Because I know they've been like pumping out videos like crazy. I just haven't seen any of them yet. Alright. What is this? Okay, free standard banner pull. Sure, what is this? Rising Tide of Wuling sign-in. What? Yeah, because like I noticed they gave 1k orbitals in the mail, 2 pulls. That's all it is. Okay. Bro, they're making me wait 2 hours before I can claim the clue thingy. That is so papega. RGB water, what? I have not seen anything in that's going on. Okay, it's like when I'm not making content or like streaming whatever, I don't look at whatever goes on. I completely shut myself out. and go do other stuff. So I have no clue what the hell happened then. We can go look at it later. Okay. So I'm gonna guess then maybe we're gonna have like new materials or whatever that we can use as well. And grab or something. Another map expansion that will then be completely forgotten about after. Because that's what always happens in these games. Am I right or am I right? I mean, I'm not wrong, am I? That's basically what happens. But yeah, it is what it is. Well, I can't... Let's see, I've completely shut stuff away, but... I mean... Let's just say I've been playing a game off stream and making content on the thing that is under NDA, and that's it. Because I can't share anything yet. I won't say what that is, though. Or what I'm doing there. Alright, what's over here? But yeah. Oh, there's more. They're just not up yet. And things that need to be cleaned up. Yeah, the thing is, you don't want to rush things out. Because of how YouTube treats things. You gotta, like, trickle things down. But also, I can't... Can you guess how much space those 4 videos that I put out take up? Can you guess? They are 4K 60. But can you guess how much space they took up? Just take a guess. $400 what? Yeah, I know. It's her trade is crazy. No. 15 gigabytes is not even enough for the raw. For one of the pieces. 15 gigabytes is too little. Especially when they're recorded at a bitrate of what? I think it was like 45 kilobits per second. Or is it 50? I'm trying to remember. No, I said 15 gigabytes is way too small. We're talking about 4K 60 video. Oh, let me just double check the bitrate. Because I'm recording it, I'm doing, like, I'm putting out 4K videos. I'm trying to remember what the bitrate was. Oh yeah, that thing. That one part alone, yeah, that was crazy. Yeah, bitrate is... Oh, wait, no. 55,000 kilobits per second. The bitrate's at 55,000 kilobits per second. Uh, 4K is 4 times that resolution, but it also depends on the bitrate and the quality you want it out of it. It depends on the bitrate quality as well. What type of encoding preset you used. It's a lot more complicated than that. But yeah. Just take a guess. Because you're way off with your earlier guess.
All hands, stay alert for orders. Oh. Apologies.
You're too... That is too far, Cork. It is not 9,000 gigabytes. I can't afford enough storage for that at this point, considering you can't even freaking buy hard drives anymore. You ever try to buy a hard drive the past few weeks? And only to find out they don't even have those in stocks because the clankers took them all too. You wanna go nuke OpenAI for me? OpenAI, Anthropic, and all the other Meta, all the other AI companies. I'd be happy if you did. Yeah, look at hard drive pricing too. Yeah, because if you saw SSD pricing in like 2023 even, you could buy a 1 terabyte, not a 1 terabyte, a 2 terabyte NVMe drive with the DRAM cache for $100. You could, like, literally, like, when I built my machine, most of it, at the end of 2023, I literally bought, you know, a 2 terabyte NVMe drive for $100 that had a DRAM cache. That depends. Are you using binary units or not? Because if you're going by binary units, no. It is not the same. If you are going by if you're not going by binary units, then sure. If you are going by binary units, it's not the same. But yeah. Everything's fucked. Like, you know what? Sure, if you look at SSD pricing from like 2016, 2017, and you look at today's SSD pricing, it's like, okay, fine. It looks fine. But then if you looked at it in like the past couple years, it's not fine. It's very fucked up. No, that's because Windows uses binary units. And it's not just Windows that does that. When your RAM too, you go by RAM. They also measure the capacity of RAM, memory, in binary units. But then storage companies don't use binary units. Actually, no, sometimes they flip-flop. Because, like, I remember when I bought an SSD back in 2016, a 1 terabyte SATA SSD from Crucial, they measured the capacity in binary units. But then, like, I have stuff like a Samsung 860 Evo, and it's measured in... It's not measured in binary units. So it's really whatever the fuck they feel like. But yeah, hi, J Noel. It's been a while. Yeah, well, binary units just means it's counting in powers of 2. Meaning each conversion up is 1024. Because that's the 10th power of 2. Which is what computers do calculations in. It converts everything in powers, it does everything in powers of 2. That's why you get the 1s and 0s. That's why. It's also why when you buy RAM, the actual capacity of the RAM is also measured in binary units. Though the confusing thing when you're buying memory is the fact that they advertise in mega transfers per second. They tell you the speed in mega transfers, but not the actual speed in megahertz or whatever. And it confuses people. Like, there's no such thing as DDR4 memory that runs at 3200 megahertz. The kit would be in 3200 mega transfers. The actual speed is 1600, it's half of that. But, you know, a lot of people get tricked up on that and they get confused. If you see megahertz for memory speed, it's probably the actual real speed is half of that. It's likely half of that. I mean, it's not that confusing. Just imagine this. So, like, here's an easy way to count on binary. Every 10 means it's a 2. Right? So 10 in binary is basically 2. If you put another 1, that's 11, that becomes 3. And then you add another 1 there, then you push things over, and you get 100, and that's 4. 2 in binary is 10. But yeah. I mean, it could be worse, you know, at least you're not counting in base 16 or whatever and trying to convert to that. But, you know... is that then you have to be using letters to represent values as well. But yeah, that is true, it is packed base 2. So it's not that bad, yeah. But base 8 is the funny part though, right? Because in base 8 you can make the funny joke where Oct31 is equal to Dec 25, and then you can celebrate Christmas and Halloween, and then Halloween on Christmas. Right? You can do that. Sounds like a fun time. Yeah, base 17. Why would you count in base 17, man? Bro, this freaking rolling delivery is lowballing me. But yeah. Yeah, that's the neat part. You don't. Exactly. Why would you? You crazy? I guess. I don't remember where I heard it before, but I once saw like an argument for like a base 8 should be ideal, not base 10. And I'm just like, what? But base 10 works so nicely because you have 10 fingers. But yeah, hi Flagger. Welcome, welcome. But yeah, that's just how things are. No, we gotta count in base 69, so then we represent 10 with nice units. 69 gets replaced by nice, and you count in nice. If you mean per video, then sure. A 4K video recording, especially if you don't want to lose as much quality as possible, it's very expensive. To say the least. Right, because the ideal thing to do is get it recorded in the best quality possible before YouTube butchers it. Because, like, yeah, end of the day, YouTube's still gonna butcher it, but might as well have it be the best way it is, the best thing possible before it gets butchered. That is true, it's easy to convert to base 4, 8, and 16. That is true. The funny part, though, is it's like, you know, we went from having computers do the stuff in, like, from, like, base 8, base 16, and stuff like that, to working with base 32 and everything. And then now, because of AI stuff, we're trying to go backwards. It's kind of funny when you think about it. Right, it's like now we're making this stuff do things backwards. Where, like, the AI accelerators now, like, in some of the things, it's like, oh yeah, now it does acceleration in base 8 to base 4. Yeah. Things be weird. It never really caught on. It is what it is. But, like, the funny part is it's, like, the going backwards part for AI. And that's it, of course, the things are operating way, way faster than thing, but, like, still. Yeah. But, like, here's the thing, though. The problem is, for some reason, the way a lot of these things work, if you have, let's say, I don't know, let's say you have 69 teraflops of FP32, as, like, your thing on your chip. If you were to convert it backwards to, like, FP16, you're not getting double that. For some reason. And in fact, for some reason even, which is funny, is, like, AMD and NVIDIA, they've been caught, if you're not using the AI cores on their GPUs, that stuff is even nerfed now on the newer GPUs, which is funny. No, but here's the funny part. If you're using the GPU cores to do the stuff, they're actually nerfed. To go down. For some reason. There's like an artificial nerfing they do if you don't use the AI accelerator cores. Which is really funny. If you ever get bored or interested, just go on like Tech Power Up's GPU database and look up what they can do. It's quite interesting. Because like you get to see what they're hiding from you. But yeah. It's weird. But there's all sorts of interesting things you can find on the Tech Power Up database. Software rendering? I think it depends. But I don't think it would be terrible. For certain things. Honestly, I'd probably play games better than the Switch. Like, honestly, like, it'd probably run better than the freaking Switch can play games. Though it's not gonna be that crazy to understand that. Like, if you could scale it across all the cores on that, honestly, like, it would actually run better than than the Switch and the Switch 2, probably. Is the funny part. That thing is like, those things are like crazy enough. Or like realistically it could. I don't know. I guess maybe. Well, it depends though. It depends on what you're trying to get it to do. But I think I can see where you're going with that one. So like a 3070 or an RTX 5060 basically is what you're saying. Keep in mind what, the 3070 is like what, a 30 teraflop GPU? Or something? It's like 30 teraflops of FP32. No, never mind. 20. It's like 21. That'll be interesting to see happen. But honestly, what I really wish we could I really wish we could move on to is like having more than 2 memory channels on mainstream platforms. Because like honestly, if it could be on like quad channel or like 8 channel on mainstream platforms, that'd be a huge boon for people using integrated graphics. Because like, here's the funny thing too. Like this is crazy. What do you think is faster, a GTX 1080? The PS5's GPU? Or the Arc B390 integrated graphics on the new Intel CPUs for mobile? What do you think is the fastest out of that? Out of that lot of 3? Because like, it's actually pretty funny. And really crazy. Well, the answer is the Intel GPU. Or rather, the integrated graphics on Intel, on that, what's it called? Downside is it has a very limited memory bandwidth. The Panther Lake iGPU. Like, it's really crazy. And like, it's a lot better than AMD's fastest iGPU that isn't, thing. Like, it is, like, crazy fast. I like what it does. That said, though, the Ultra 9s, Panther, like, the stuff. Those are on some pretty pricey laptops. Right, like the Ultra 9 388H or whatever. Like, you could game on it and you could have a pretty decent experience. Which is, like, pretty crazy when you think about it. Like, I'm not, like, joking either, like...
Since the tactics manual doesn't have any rules against fun, how about we play some icebreaker games?
You know, like... you got freaking, what? With ray tracing 1080p, ray tracing Ultra, Cyberpunk 1080p. Oh, I guess it's with frame gen. What? Here, without frame gen, we're getting, if you're unbalanced, 73 FPS for Cyberpunk. Which is pretty crazy when you think about it. Right, like you can't even run ray tracing on a GTX 1080. Yeah, like... You know, like in medium settings, you could barely get 60 FPS on a 1080. A 1080p. For reference there, like, this shit's faster. Like, without frame gen, you're getting nearly 40 FPS with RT. No frame gen or anything. What do you mean, what's wrong with this picture? Alright, this is on the freaking Intel integrated graphics. Like the new higher end one. I think part of the thing though, it's like limited by memory bandwidth because it's like you don't exactly have that much, but it's just using dual channel DDR5. Yeah, Windows is just... yeah. Time to move to Linux, you know? Just move to Linux is better. Trust. Let's see. Wait. Are there new Battle Pass missions? Week 5 we got this. But yeah, like what I'd really like to see is just like a mainstream consumer platform support more than 4 channels of memory. Oh, we got more missions here too.
This is our chance to learn and grow.
Why would you want to use Windows 98? You don't even get the NT kernel. Why the hell would you want to use 98? That sounds terrible. Yeah, I do wonder how a period accurate domain 9 team would do.
Cozy up with gravity!
I shall bring it. Darkness.
Awesome!
Damn, this shit's so annoying because they just waste my freaking thing. Just move to Linux, Terra. Nah, I wouldn't even do that. Your modern stuff actually won't work properly for a lot of older stuff. At this point, if you want to actually run a lot of older stuff on modern hardware, you're better off using Linux through compatibility layers to convert everything over. If you want to use modern hardware at this point. Because the workarounds people came up with to get shit to work is a lot better than trying to run this shit on just regular Windows these days. For a lot of like really old games and stuff. God damn it, I'll have to wait for it to do its next phase. They have like another speedrun event for people to do their shit. For this boss. I could apply for it, but I don't like freaking combat in this game. The thing that, like, the event thing that Maggie won or whatever. They have, like, another one. I could, like, apply to sign up for it, but I don't want to do it. Cause this shit is just annoying.
Goes without saying.
But yeah. But like, if you want to run like retro games and stuff like that, Linux is better than Windows for that these days. I mean, part of the problem is like, AMD and NVIDIA have been like removing certain things and certain features, some old stuff on their newer graphics cards secretly, like silently. Like, if you're gonna try to go play some older, like, DirectX 9 games or older than that, some things might not work properly. If you're doing it using the Windows drivers and stuff like that. But thanks to the work that people have done with the Linux compatibility layer and DXVK and stuff like that, and converting it all to Vulkan, the stuff will work a lot better. You might be able to, like, drop in DLL files to run things through DXVK on Windows for some games, but that can be a bit all over the place. But yeah. You don't really need to learn Linux. If you want to just play games on Linux, just go grab Bazite. You literally cannot fuck it up. It's designed, because like, it's based off Fedora, which is an immutable distro. Unless you know what you're doing, it is quite literally next to impossible to fuck it up. And it's like, it's that way by design. What it also means is, if you wanted to run some custom stuff on there, it's also a massive pain in the ass because of how locked down it is. That's the trade-off. But like, something like a Bazite, good enough. You could run install the HTPC version of Bazlight and treat it like a retro game console or whatever. No, Bazlight will block you from doing that. You can't do that on Bazlight without doing other things first. It'll actually stop you. Oh, but that's its own other thing. Immutable distros, they have their own things in place to block certain types of actions. But yeah. Keep in mind, all you really need to deal with is just like... The thing is as well, like what's nice with Linux is updating software via package manager is so convenient. Because like, you don't have to deal with so many other things. If you're like using random ass software to do specific things. And go and like track down each thing and update them manually. Being able to just use your freaking package manager to just auto-update everything is very convenient. I don't know what the hell I'm doing there. But yeah. Like, there's just a slight learning curve, but if you use something that's like... If you use like a KDE desktop environment, you should be able to figure things out pretty quickly. And if like you wanted to connect your phone to it, there's KDE Connect. You can put the thing on your phone, and then set it up on your machine, and you can do your things there. But yeah, like the reality is like, with a lot of modern distros, you really don't need to be touching the terminal windows, like at all. You don't. Though honestly, at least with a lot of like apps that I'm stuck using on my machine right now, I feel like I'd rather use a terminal window than deal with more shitty Electron apps. Like, I'm so sick and tired of Electron apps being everywhere. I'd rather just be using a terminal window at this point. I don't know how the fuck Linus manages to screw up installing Bazite. Alright, it's not like he was using the most obscure hardware. Like, I installed freaking Bazite on a PS5 board. It actually was a bit of a pain because I had to BIOS flash the board first. And then I had to temporarily change its VRAM allocation before I could set it to 512 megabytes afterwards to get Bazite to install. But this shit works no problem. And I've used it and shown it off on stream a couple of times. But yeah. But yeah, it's crazy how he managed to fuck up Bazite of all things, because like... It's extremely difficult to fuck up Bazite. Which is both a blessing and a curse depending on what you're trying to do. But yeah. It is what it is. But one thing that would help though is don't use a shitty MediaTek Wi-Fi card. Because, like, the funny part is, from some of the stuff that I've seen with people having issues on stuff on Linux and stuff like that, or even just like getting random blue screens and stuff on Windows sometimes, it's because they have a crappy MediaTek Wi-Fi card. And the funny thing is, like, getting rid of the MediaTek Wi-Fi card fixes the problem. It just magically fixes it. No, I have not. But yeah. Alright, what's the other thing in here? Wait, I have to sell 10 times elastic goods? So I should have been, like, selling them one by one. God damn it. Oh well. And then there's this stuff too. Alright, we gotta go to the hub. I mean, I was just busy and doing stuff a bunch. And it was my birthday the other day, and I was out. And then when I got back, I was just too tired to stream. But yeah. But yeah, welcome, Raptor. I know, I remember those days, but then remember our stats and gear back then. The thing is, it's just like, remember our gear and stats back then. Compared to today. That was also back when we didn't have all the Titan pieces and everything too. We were just barely starting to get a few pieces of Titan. Things were different back then. A very different time. Right. Times change. But yeah. Different times. Or a different, more simpler time, I guess you could say. Yeah, thanks for the follow as well, V. And welcome. Alright, we got this one. Like draws like. One sec, I'm just gonna set my Enfield, not my Enfield, my do at night up as farming macro to go farm something again. But yeah, I haven't looked at the live stream from Enfield the other day. Because again, I've just been busy. So we'll look at that in a bit too. It is extremely inconvenient, man. You know how desperate I've been with like trying to upgrade my storage? I've resorted to like buying used SATA SSDs. And like trying to like lowball people on eBay for them. It doesn't, it's even like, I call it lowballing, but it's like, it's what they should have costed when they were brand new. And it's just like, it's just pain. And then I end up running the SSDs in RAID 0. So it feels like running an NVMe drive even though I'm not.
We're going head to head.
What a strange time we're in.
Engaging the enemy.
Because like what's funny is like I never imagined myself ever running SSDs in RAID 0. But flash forward to today, and I quite literally am running SATA SSDs in RAID 0 now. Because of just the extra performance there. Thankfully, like, modern CPUs and stuff like that are fast enough that the overhead isn't that much of an issue, but yeah. You sure you can even find them in stock? I wanted to buy an 8TB Iron Wolf drive. Well, actually, no, I wanted to buy a 20TB one, and that was out of stock. And then I was like, okay, wait if I bought some, like, 8TB drives. Nope, not in stock. The freaking AI companies bought all the hard drives, too. Western Digital, like, quite literally said, like, not too long ago that all their hard drives were, like, paid for or, like, they've been bought for, like, the rest of the year. So it's just like, nah, man, they're out. They're taking everything. So like, you're getting freaking scalped. Yeah, they're getting fucking scalped, man. That's not what they should be costing. It's way too high for that. Because, like, what, for 8TB of Iron Wolf, I bought a WD Red back in, like, 2016. That was, like, 8TB for around that price. And I have that in my NAS. So it's just like, what the hell?
I hate trouble, but boredom's worse.
But yeah. It's annoying. But yeah, if anyone wants to drop a nuke on all those AI companies' data centers, I'd be happy for it. I'd cheer for it, you know? I mean, who wouldn't? Are we just bombing everything like a third world country with this? The fuck? The target on this thing is so scuffed. What the hell?
See that one? Need me to do some trimming?
God damn it.
See that one? Need me to do some trimming?
The hell is this thing is scuffed. But yeah, a virus that deletes all their models, that'd be something. Wait, what? Wait, why? Wait, why did he get 6 copies of Aglaea's hand matrices? What the fuck? He got shafted, damn. Gotta kill them all. Just gotta bomb them all like a third world country. Yeah, the mobs that we're bombing here, we're bombing them like a third world country.
That one? Need me to do some trimming?
Right? That's what we're doing, right? We're bombing them like a third world country. Alright, there's 2 more here. We're just waiting for them to spawn in. We're spawn killing them. Wait, what? 2 of them passed? Okay, then. Ah, fair enough. Nope, I knew definition true. The world is just fucked.
Stand primed.
When it reaches a floating thing, it explodes, deals massive damage. Okay.
We'll end this fight easily.
Roger. Engaging.
Feeling better off. You can't escape gravity. Yeah! I've gone too slow. Stick together, people. Better one for you,
We're just gonna keep killing these guys.
Do it again. Wow. Perfect execution.
Wait, what? Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, no one uses the definition anymore. I didn't say anything about that. I'm putting all the haters in a box. What? But yeah, technically correct is the best kind of correct. It is indeed the best kind. I should go next to like the teleporting thingy. Oh yeah, because I can just open the event screen.
rest is
Alright, we got this one. Coordinated demolishing.
I hate trouble, but boredom's worse.
Is this another bombing one? Yes, it is. Time to do some more bombing like a third world country. Oh shit, those bitches are over here.
See that one? Need me to do some trimming?
Gotta kill more of these guys.
See that one? Need me to do some trimming?
It's funny they're just walking to their death. I don't think so.
Me to do some trimming?
We just got this basic tie-up. Yeah, that'd be cool if we could. Wait, what? How'd that guy get there? Piss and poop grenades. Nah, you need Eggman's super laser piss where he pisses on the moon.
See that one? Need me to do some
Right, from his Twitter announcement. Because Obama would like that. At least that's what Snapcube said.
See that one? Need me to do some trimming?
Oh, it's not available yet, the other stages. God damn it. They're not available yet. Alright, let's go do some energy loop thingies on. Alright, the one at Chingbo Stockade. I'm gonna need some turrets and stuff. I have not. I have not been farming. Did you hear what they did to the freaking immersive theater balancing or whatever? It's so fucked. I regret not AFK farming endlessly in the previous patches. It's just that now it's like impossible to freaking clear. They're punishing people who are actually trying to do the thing normally. But like, I don't blame people for freaking AFK farming it, because it fucking sucks. Immersive Theater is such an awful game mode. I hate it in every game that it's in. The whatever variant it is. Like, it's never going to be a good game mode. That shit will always be awful. Yeah, it's just getting worse and worse, man. Things are just getting worse and worse. And like, everything's just a broken mess as well. Which is just, Wait, can I not craft the thing in here? Whatever, I'll go to Wooling then. But yeah, this stuff just sucks. How do I not have enough Cuprium parts? Oh right, I'm using exactly the amount I'm producing. Yeah, no, I'll just let it do its thing there. A couple hundred USD for a unified attack on a small 20 listing shop. Yeah. It's... No. I have not. Wait, what facilities do I have here? Towers? I have more beam towers. Yeah, surely that's enough. Yeah, I put my my name like on there. Even funnier part though was when I was making this model was this part. The eye. That was purely an accident when I was like making the texture for the model. But it's just like it happened to end up that way. where the eye is. It's never not gonna be funny to me. How I accidentally did that. But I thought it was funny, so I left it in. With right in the middle. But like, it's funny, so I keep it. Oh, I can place 15 towers here. It's the best place, or is it the breast place? Right? Then we gotta place this one. Right there. Oh, I'm gonna move this tower over. Okay. What even drops on this map? Alright, it's better if I check from this menu. Okay, we can get stuff for that weapon. And this one as well. Will, HP, and medicine. Yeah, I think I'll go for will and medicine.
Bring it on. You're fighting me. I have total faith in you.
We'll just have the turrets kill everything.
Ready to support.
Alright, we built all these turrets, time to spawn camp them. Let the turrets fire all the lasers.
Together, people.
Alright, you're gonna die. Oh. Nope. Well, I think I just got what I was looking for already. Damn. Oh, I need to refill it once for the event thingy. Might as well clear it some more.
I'm better now. Exemplary combat maneuver.
Let them just die here. Come on. Okay, I need to do 3 more energy alluvium. But first,
Looking for me? You finally remember.
Looky
is it
here.
her weapon?
The flying Miss Messenger got a special letter for you.
Oh no, I think it was her weapon. Oh, I know, she needed intellect boost, not will. I think. No, she needed intellect inflection. Oh, wait. Which weapon was it then? Oh wait, no, it was this weapon. Wait, which one do I want to etch then? It'd be nice if I could like just etch it directly from wherever it's equipped. It's kind of annoying having to like sort through the stuff I have to find the thing that I want to upgrade. I guess that's fine for it to count for the thing here. Yep, we got that there. And it wants me to do more energy alluvium or whatever they're called.
Looking for me? You finally remember
Oh
something?
wait, where is she? Treatment. Oh, that's infliction. This does not have infliction. Let's find a different one then. Oh, that one has the thing here. Does another one have it too? Yeah, that one has it. So we go to the power plateau. Mm-hmm. Time to let some turrets spawn kill some more mobs. Oh, wait. Oh, so we'll put the zipline over here. Okay. I need infliction, right?
I hate fools who like to micromanage.
Yeah, intellect, treatment, infliction. Okay.
Bring it on! You're fighting me!
And I was hoping you'd say that.
In position!
Together, people! Big strike!
Outstanding form! Center!
You can't escape gravity! Better watch where you
And they're dead. Oh, not what we're looking for. Time to go again. Just gotta wait for more of the things to come in. Gotta kill these guys. Not what we're looking for. God damn, I need intellect on the other stats. Then I need another energy alluvium clear. And then complete operator and weapon protocol spaces 10 times. These things. I'm gonna need to get that done as well. And then we still gotta wait for these last two, well, not last two, but the last couple stages there to open up in the event tab as well. Okay. Oh yeah, they had like the stream the other day. I did not get to see it, so let's give it a look actually. Because I have no idea what happened. Let's give it a look. Here it is. It was, oh, it was a day ago? Oh, they got a trailer and everything. Let's see. Oh, was it on their live tab, I guess? And then they have, like, the trailer there. Oh, are they just, like, removing their special programs after the fact? Did they get rid of, like, their 1.1? Interesting. That is so weird. Alright, let's get rid of that then. Alright. But yeah, they're a 1.2 special program. I have not seen it yet. Let's give it a look. Wait. Oh wait, there's like a countdown thingy. Let's just skip to where... Here.
各位管理员，
Okay.
晚上好，欢迎来到明日方舟周末地的前瞻特别节目，我是海毛洛河物。
管理员们，晚上好，很高兴和大家见面了，我是 Ra。
Okay.
从正式公测到现在啊，已
More
经
than
过
2
去2
months
个多
since
月
the
了。
release, yep.
我们非常欣喜的看到管理员对周末地的投入和喜爱。当然，
Okay.
也有很多管理员提出了很多意见
Give
和
them
建议，
suggestions,
希望我
sure.
们可以做到更好。我们很感谢大家的关注。在上一次节目之后啊，我们也在持续打磨和优化现有内容，一边呢还在推进着后续版本的开发。而这一次更新，我们即将迎来一个关键的故事节点，武林将会迎来威胁。
Okay, Wuling facing a threat. Some enemies will finally
在今
stand
天这
before
场前
us.
瞻里啊，我们不仅会为管理员们带去核心章节版本春
Core
晓期，
chapter version,
还会为大家
okay.
介绍许多的优化内容和游戏福利。
是的，在这次的版本中，我们为大家准备了更丰富的可体验内容。
More
相比之前
extensive
啊，
content
新
than
版本内
before,
包含
okay.
更多的地图、新的个人
More
互动玩
maps,
法
new
和内容
events, gameplay
无论是
content,
管理员
okay.
继续追寻主线故事，还是说在地图中探索，或者说是研究新的工业系统， 相信都能够获得全新的体验。
那接下来话不多说，就让我们先来看一下版本 PV， 以度为快吧。
This time, it's different from 10 years ago. This time,
Okay.
we are in this together.
Zero Night Nexus event.
Come with me. Return to the place neath the Aurora's crown, the origin of all life. There lies the truth you seek. Keep hiding your secrets. Once I stop you, I shall reveal the truths myself.
As a leader yourself, I hope you can understand the choice I made.
Just let us face the enemy
Alright,
together
who are
as a
the new
team.
characters we're getting then? Okay, so I guess we're getting her.
Let's go, Endman. I'll take you to
Sure.
my experiences 10 years ago.
Zhuang Fangyi. Okay. Those are some cool animations. Ranged character there. Oh. Is that really that far of a range?
Mine now, and I will not allow anything to stop me.
At the wake of spring, okay. Version intel. Sure. So we're getting her first. Zhuang, Fangyi, raise potential, all that. You get that art for her. And that's her weapon, lone barge. Okay, new aerial marker stone. Test area, so we're getting 2 areas? Cool. So 2 more maps. Yeah, the new mission scene, underground array. And then attack main pillar office. Okay. Update AIC plan, so we get new fluids. Purification nodes? Okay. Oh, so then we can just like... So we don't have to have the purifier things that are bases, we could just have them out in the open now, I guess? That's cool if that's the case. Ornamentals, what? New outpost? Okay, so we're getting another factory outpost. Nice. Nice. And then of course we're gonna get new gear pieces. And then 2 new sets. Okay. Then of course new protocol pass stuff. Umbral monument stuff here. Then there's Edge Space Salvage, zones 5 and 6. I haven't even cleared the first zone of Edge Space Salvage because I don't really like the extraction mode, so I barely touched it. But hey, for the people who do like it, they get more content. Okay. Unlocking, wait, what's this? Unlocking TP points, what? Or is it just the regular exploration progress event thingy? I guess that's what it is. Oh yeah, it's just the regular exploration progress event thingy. Okay. Tom Top Savior, what? Oh yeah, we got... Oh, it's just events here. For that stuff. The space exploration event? What? Oh, you get to like have a thing display in the base then. A satellite looking thing. And it's on the 17th, okay. Version story preview, okay.
管理员们，欢迎来到周末地的核心章节版本春晓时。上一段故事中啊，管理员经历了由涅菲斯山中的清波在叛乱，那涅菲斯啊，为武林周边的稳定性带来了巨大的隐患，而侵蚀潮也正在迫近。
Here, Blade
而
Tide
这次
getting
故事呢，
closer.
将有一条来自庄方仪的紧急信息开始。一直行踪不明的阿达希尔突然出现在了守墩区域。守墩作为压制正大猎奇的关键设
Mark,
施
this is
之
one
一
of the， key
竟然被外人
facilities.
直接
Okay.
侵入，威胁可见一斑。而此时的我们啊，还不知道他有怎样的目的，他又会采取怎样的手段阻止我们。与此同时啊，涅菲斯也在伺机而动。
The
一
Nephrith
面
gonna
是
make
涅菲
their
斯的正面
move.
进攻，
Okay.
一面是阿达希尔的独自行动。风雨欲来，武林城该如何度过这场危机呢？在这次故事中啊，我们还会遇到一位新面孔，他和我们当中的艺人啊，过去是老相识。据说啊，他性格有点特别，没有那么好相处。不知道他的到来啊，会不会为这次事件带来新的可能？在守墩深处啊，等待着管理员的不仅仅是变幻莫测的空间，错综复杂的通路，还更有阿达希尔精心布下的阻碍。在追击阿达希尔的过程中啊，管理员还需要面对许多他召唤出来的先行敌人，从源源不断的敌巢中守护守墩。我们还会遇到一种前所未有的敌人——表
Let's
象
keep，blue.
它是一种拥有复活能力的敌人。
Ability to resurrect
还有
enemies
新一代的
down.
浮游天使和金锥天使，
Okay.
相信都会为管理员带来不一样的战斗体验。另一方面，涅菲斯也不再掩饰，开始大举进攻武林城。在之前的故事里啊，管理员已经与涅菲斯的部下多次交锋，而现在你们终于要直面涅菲斯了。这一次，管理员将和庄方仪携手走进一场艰险的战斗。超域重塑了涅菲斯的躯体，让他获得了异常强大的力量。此时的涅菲斯已经超越了一般的形态，他可以飞到空中，展开双翼，然后高举剑锋，凝聚力量进行攻击。而且他还能瞬间飞升到远处，挥展出几道极具威力的剑芒，纵横交错，用常规手段很难应对。面对涅菲斯的威压，庄方仪会为管理员提供有力的支援。管理员可以调用息壤跳到空中避开攻击，而且啊还能在大范围内召唤从天而降的闪电，打断敌人。
So there's gonna be like a gimmick for that boss fight, I guess.
不过涅菲斯的手段还远远不止这些。不知道大家还记不记得，涅菲斯曾经将管理员拉入一片神秘的紫色空间。在这片星象空间中啊，时间将陷入停滞，只有涅菲斯能够自由行动。管理员将一边面对星象空间的束缚，一边应对疾风骤雨般的攻击，迎接真正的极限考验。而且被逼入绝境时啊，涅菲斯还会使出更加疯狂的招数。至于涅菲斯的更多战斗方式与具体的应对策略，就等待管理员们在游戏中一探究竟了。
Okay. New operator preview. Okay.
关于我们新的战斗伙伴庄方仪，管理员们可能已经很熟悉了。在之前的故事中啊，
The
为了
previous
能够继
story
续对
continue
抗
the
侵
fight
蚀与猎
against the
奇，
Blade in the
我
Rift.
们依照之前的计划来到了武林，
Yep.
一搏三者啊，终于也是和武林的管带庄方仪重新见面了。他在10年前与管理员在武林科考站有过一段短暂的共事经历，那时管理员曾经期许的梨花，如今也在他的努力下开遍了整座武林。 而当管理员与庄方仪一起追赶天师庄，遥望夜空中的灯火时，相信大家也都感受到了，也许他不仅是一位恪尽职守的学者与天师，更多时候，他还希望能成为你亲密的搭档，一同跨越困难，实现那些未能实现的愿景。平时的从容与亲和，并不是庄方仪的全部，面对威胁时，他也会展示他坚决果断的一面。庄方仪是一名突击干员，拥有极强的输出能力，
Trigger
能
the
够
impressive
持续
damage.
造成大
Okay,
量的
huge
电
amounts
磁
of
伤害。
electric damage.
至今为止啊，管理员们已经见识过了庄天师呼云唤电的身姿，而接下来大家还会看到他执剑临阵的凛然风采。庄方仪可以通过战技消耗导电，不断生成
She
蜻蜓剑
consumes
回击敌人，
electrification. Okay.
在释放终结技后，还可以大幅度提升战斗性能。大家可以看到，
And then she has like a
剑
transform
剑
state.
是庄方仪技能效果的核心。我们希望能够通过这样的表现，让各位管理员感受到他在战斗中的飒爽英姿。接下来一起看看庄方仪的各个技能吧。先看普攻极电法，庄方仪可以对敌人进行最多5段的普通攻击，造成电磁伤害。其中最后一段攻击是重击，会造成大量电磁伤害并回复技力。而庄方仪的连携技一
Then her
息万
combo
变，
skill, breath
跟重击相关。
transformation.
当主攻干员通过重击
Okay,
获得
it's
处
for
决
final
命
strike
中了
stuff.
处于电磁附着状态的敌人后，就可以发动。
Okay. Oh, and it
庄方
consumes
仪
it, I
会构
guess.
造吸雷阵法攻击敌人，消耗敌人的电磁附着，
Consumes
并将
electric
其强制转
infliction.
化为相应等级的导电效果。比如啊，命中2层电磁附着的敌人时，就能直接转化为一个2级的导电效果。
Oh, then it
导电状态
upgrades the
不仅能提供对敌
electrification
人的增
thing.
伤，还
Okay.
可以被庄方仪的战技所利用。他的战技金停诀，释放后会立即消耗目标的导电
Consumes
状
it
态，
immediately
在
after
场上生
casting.
成
Up to
最多
3 center
3
blades
蜻
can be
蜓剑。
summoned.
随后引导周围所有的蜻蜓剑依次雷击目标，造成大量伤害。
It deals a bunch
生
of
成的蜻蜓
damage.
剑具有持续时间，且场上最多存在9柄。
Okay,
战
they
技
they
生
will
成的
just
蜻
stay
蜓
on the
剑数量
field.
与目标导电状态的等级有关。
And I guess they
消
deal
耗
extra
等级2以
damage.
上的导电可以生成3柄，等级1则是2柄，而没有消耗导电的话，则只会根据情况生成最多1柄蜻蜓剑了。总之，场上的蜻蜓剑越多，庄方仪的战技就越能造成更多伤害。终结技万军风雷，在释放后会让庄方仪进入天理合真的状态。此时，
Okay,
庄方仪
let's
的
stay-
行动更不容易被敌人打断，
She's
而
less
且
likely to
普攻
get interrupted.
战
Oh,
技
that's
及连
nice.
接技都将得到不同程度的强化。
That seems
先来
pretty
看
handy
战
then.
技金停诀，不仅在终结技期间伤害倍率提高，而且在终结技期间首次释放战技时，可以不消耗技力和导电，直
Then it
接
can
生成
summon
3
more
柄蜻蜓
blades.
剑。战技的最后一击命中敌人时，还会额外施加1层电磁附着。终结技期间，战技的伤害范围也会扩大，可以攻击到更大范围内的敌人。而连携技一息万变，相比于非终结技的状态下，在终结技期间内会对
Take effect
范围内
on
的敌
enemies
人进行生效。
Okay.
并且冷却恢复速度会变为原本的4倍，这样在终结技期间，庄方仪就可以实现一战技一连携的循环，流畅的打出
Oh,
极
then
高
when
的伤害。
okay, so when she's in her ult, she can like spam her skill and thing faster. Okay, that's neat. Neat.
那么接下来呢，我们就通过实战视频
Gameplay
来
footage,
进一步了
okay.
解庄方仪的作战能力吧。先来看对战我们的老朋友白垩借位。白垩借位的行动方式比较多变，因此尽快积累失衡值，快速让其进入失衡状态是非常有效的。一开场，我们先使用佩利卡战技对敌人施加电磁附着，紧接
They
着
play
控制庄
electric
方仪打出重
infliction,
击。
then
先立
they
即
use
使用庄
final
方仪的连接
strike.
技，并衔接他的战技，消耗导电，并击攒2柄剑，然后继续使用佩利卡连携技，并衔接庄方仪战技，再积累2柄剑，并对敌人进行猛烈轰击。配合湖光和阿烈士的技能，回复技力并造成导电效果后，再次使用庄方仪的战技积累蜻蜓剑，并刚好使敌人失衡。时机终于成熟了，开启庄方仪的终结技一级变身，使用强化后的战技，瞬间将蜻蜓剑数量补充至上限，并对敌人进行毁灭性的雷击。大家可以看到啊，在变身状态下，雷击后的敌人被施加的电磁附着，刚好又被连携技转化为导电，再次为战技所用。最后，在庄方仪一道道的猛烈雷击中，白垩借位终于是灰飞烟灭了。接下来，我们再来
Okay,
看
that was
看
like an
庄方仪
example of
在
our
高阶
gameplay.
培养材料本里的表现吧。 相信大家都还记得这个副本里难缠的
Very
雕兽和
flashy
副
though
甲兽吧？一开场啊，我们直接开启双方仪的终结技，变身后的第一个战绩可以直接不消耗导电击攒3柄剑，并对敌人造成电磁附着。配合重击，我们衔接双方仪的连续技和战技。
Oh, and I guess you can like
迅速
start
攻击
with her ult immediately.
哎呀，没想到标兽已经
Oh,
打
that
上
would
了
be
呀。
nice for
没关
like
系，
those for
刚
the
才已经
farming
积累的
stages to
剑
clear
并
them
不会浪费。
faster.
等待辅甲兽出现后，利用艾维文娜
They
和
just
补光
start
的
with
终结
and
技
just
迅速使目标导电，
spam everything.
然后利用艾维文娜的战技收枪造
Okay.
成伤害后，最后配合已在场的蜻蜓剑，使用双方仪的战技，完美进行收场。从刚才的实战啊，
Nice.
大家可以看到，作为一名突击干员，只要有能够配合电磁附着的队友，双方仪就可以通过连续技与战技的循环累积蜻蜓剑，对敌人造成有效打击。而在
So you
终
just
极
need
界
to
变身
apply a
后，
bunch of
它更是可以
electrification on the
以一敌
target
百，以极强
to
的
make
伤害
use
能
of
力
her.
瞬间毁灭敌人。凭借对雷电之力的精湛掌控，双方仪将会成为绝佳的电磁输出手。
Okay. And then scenes and story preview. Is she the only character for the
随着剧情
patch?
发展，管理员还会和
Like,
装
is
方
she
仪
the
一
only
起
one,
展开
or
更
is
多
there
行动，
more?
共同面对新出现的危机，在无声处守护武林。巍峨耸立的天师庄阵列是武林的一道奇观，却很少有人知道，在武林城地下也有着数目庞大的天师庄，一同守护着武林城的平安。就在这样壮观的地下阵列中啊，却有着新的不安正在滋长。阵列的空间好像也变得混乱复杂，好像一座迷宫。在这座迷宫中的危机，正等待着管理员和庄方仪一起去解决。不过在行动之前啊，庄方仪却隐隐约约显露出一丝忧虑。庄方仪究竟在担心着什么呢？就请管理员在游戏中慢慢发现吧。另外，管理员
Okay.
还将在新版本里参与到武林的灾后重建工作中。我们后续啊将开放一张全新的支线地图试验园区。
There's, I
管
guess
理
there's the
员
new
会带着一位
maps.
天师学徒前
We
往
get a new
被前朝
disciple,
覆盖的
okay.
试验园区，解救天师庄的机芯模块，使园区恢复生机。那没想到啊，这些机芯模块竟然有着迥异的性格特征。那管理员们啊也会根据他不同的性格解出谜题，打开通路。在试验园区中啊，通过操作射流无人机等吸氧科技组件，那管理员就可以开辟前进的道路，将机芯模块带回天师庄。我们期待的管理员在探索的过程中，逐步帮助实验园区摆脱天使潮的影响，重现往日的如画风光。当然，在继续前行之前，也别忘了先收下我们的一点心意。我们将会为管理员送上1000现金
Yeah,
率，
we
还
already
有
got
折
that
金
in the
票、
mail. I saw
初
that.
级认知载体和
Okay.
武器检查套组。
It is nice that they're just doing it this way. They just send in the mail instead of faffing about with a bunch of codes to shove in there. It is nice that they just send it to us directly.
等奖励，以感谢大家的支持。奖励我们稍后会发送到游戏内邮箱中，还请管理员们注意查收。除了全新的剧情和区域以外啊，这次新版本里集成工业也有好多新内容正在等待着管理员来体验。话不多说，我们先通过一条小短片一起来看一下吧。
Okay. More stuff for fluids. Expanded Crucible, but yeah, hi there. You should uninstall. I don't have my. I'll hydrate after. I forgot to bring water next to me. I'll go get some after we're done with this thing, and do the hydrate then. But yeah. Purification unit, okay. So we got more facilities here. Alright, finally we get the important
管
stuff
理
the
员们欢
factory.
迎回来。就像大家刚刚看到的，在管理员的努力下，重魔力工业正在如火如荼的发展中。这一次呀，我们要在首墩区域建立
A
一
new
座全新的
outpost
据点
in the
心
Marker
脏
Stone
寿
area,
山站。
okay.
有了新的据点啊，管理员们也可以进一步扩大生产规模，把集成工业一步步做大做强了。随着中魔地与武林的合作的深入，
So we got precipitation acid. Okay. We got some new AICF facilities. We get expanded crucible, acid resistant pump, purification unit, conduit, inlet manifold, conduit outlet manifold, hyper beam tower, sledgehammer mortar, and then the acid soaker. Okay.
50工业计划也会在新版本中开放第3期，我们将迎来新的液体类型、工业设施以及相对应的多种配方，
Okay.
构建出更丰富、更高效的生产循环。在首吨区域，我们能够找到一种新的液体
Find new
沉
fluid,
积酸，
precipitation
它将是第
acid.
3期工业计划中关键的一环。与清水不同啊，沉积酸有着一定的腐蚀性，所以抽取沉积酸需要用到更高级的工业设施。
Yeah, we need a new
二
facility
型
to
耐
extract
酸
it.
水泵。
Okay.
管理员们还可以解锁新设备提纯机，它能将溶液提纯到更高纯度。比如说，赤铜可以溶解在沉积酸中，再经由提纯机生产出更高级的褐铜。
So we put cuprium with this thing to get hedanite
从而
components.
制造出
Okay.
褐铜装备元件，用于制造新
To
的
get
装
the
备。
new gear.
和之前一样，新增装备在属性加成上与目前最高品质的装备相当，但会为管理员的战术搭配带来更多可选项。有了沉积酸之后，反应池内的生产将会变得更加丰富多样，所以我们还会新增扩容反应池。
Yeah, expanded
扩容反应池
crucible.
的口用配方与我们熟知的反应池相同，但拥有更多的反应缓存。同一
Oh, okay. So that you just get more space to put stuff in here. More formulas can be performed simultaneously. Wait. I'm curious what they mean by more can be done simultaneously. Can we just like have the entire Zeronite thingy done in here? Then? Is that what they mean? Instead of having to put multiple facilities in? Or what?
一时间可以进行更多的配方反应，这样管理员们就可以大大提高空间利用率，
It's like, is that
简
gonna
化
be
产
great
线了。
for like space saving?
随着剧情的进展，管理员们还可以通过天有红
Heavy
炉生产
Zeronite?
重吸氧，
Okay.
它比一般的吸氧更具有
It's more
耐用
durable
性，
than
也
ordinary
能够用
Zeronite.
于据点交
It
易。
can be used for
同
outpost
时，使
trading.
用沉积酸还能够在反应池或扩容反
It can go through reactor expanded
应系
crucible
中将重吸氧变为
to
液化
turn heavy Zeronite to heavy liquid one.
重吸氧。
Okay.
相比于液化吸氧，液化重吸氧能够更加有效地清除侵蚀污染，是管理员在
Okay.
探索中的好帮手。在新版本中，我们也提供了更多有助于生产效率优化的科技。首先是多口暗管出入
Conduit
口，
manifold.
它
Okay.
比一般的暗管口具有更多的出入口。如果要从远距离大量获取同种液体的情况，只需要通过多颗暗管进行一次远距离的拉管道，就可以满足大量的液体资源需求了。另外，在解锁新的科技以后，天有红炉的放置上限也将大幅增加。
And then we can have more forges of the
将
sky.
首先增加到8台，
Okay, 8
后续还会
forges,
增加
and
到
then 12
12台。
later on.
除了各个新的生产设施外，管理员还可以解锁全新的
Okay,
战斗
new
设备，
combat
更加轻
facilities,
松
of
的面对
course.
挑战。随着全新区域试验园区的探索，管理员们还能够解锁新功能设施
We
净
can
水
unlock a new
节点。
facility
在工业
purification
规模
node.
扩大的同时，半生的污水或许成为了管理员们的
Okay.
新课题。而世纪探索中遇到的污水池也会为管理员带来考
And then
验。
there's sewage pools and
这时，净水
exploration.
节点就可以帮助管理员们
Are they gonna put? Okay, they're gonna put
Different
nodes in the open world.
通过管道或暗管把污水运送到净水节点，就可以对污水进行快速、高效的无害化处理。而且将净水节点提升至更高等级后，不仅可以解锁更多的污水接入口，更快速的处理污
And then
水
you，can process it
而且
faster.
还能解
Okay.
锁产物排出口，按照
A
污水的
byproduct？
单位处理量额外产出氧精废液。要特别说明的是，就算氧精废液已经积攒满了，也不会影响污水的正常处理，管理员们也大可放心。
Oh, then you can get extra zircon effluent this way. Oh, that's handy.
有了净水节点之后，
So I
相
guess
信
I could end up spending a couple hours again rebuilding everything.
管理员们处理污水的效率
We're
将
gonna
会
be
大大
stuck
提高。
rebuilding everything
绿水
again.
青山，科学发展。感谢各位管理员为武林生态做出的贡献。集成工业系统不仅能够生产实用性的产物，也能让塔维尔变得更加美丽、有趣、富有生机。接下来我们将会推出装饰物品，
Introduce
本
ornamentals.
期将新
Okay.
增3种装饰物品，管理员们可以在世界中使用工业模式自由进行放置。首先是呼声非常高的龙泡泡石墩子，大家可以摆在自己喜欢的地方，随时随地的跟它拍几张好玩的照片了。另外
Okay.
还有山梨小景，这是庄方仪特别喜欢的梨花盆景，枝头还挂有2支签，写着“贵人相助与物候人归”， 希望它能让管理员回忆起与张芳怡相处的动人时刻。最后是充气教授，方新渠奶茶店月岩茶寮门口那一对醒目的充气教授气球，应该让很多管理员都印象深刻吧。我们之前看到有管理员说，哎呀，感觉把这对气球摘掉，好像破坏了月岩茶寮的生意一样。那么没关系，现在就可以为店门口重新添上一对
Okay,
了。
so you can just put
其
your
实
own
管
balloons
理员们对
in
月岩
place
茶寮
then.
气球的兴趣，也
That's
是我们
nice.
设计装饰物品的灵感来源之一。我们非常希望管理员们能在周末地中实现各种有趣的想法，把塔维尔变成自己喜欢的样子。以上3种装饰物品中，山里小景在主线任务达到一定进度后就可以获取，其余2种都可以在物资调度中购
But you
买。
can buy more in stock
未来我们
redistribution.
也会继续增加装饰物品，让管理员们更加自由、随心所欲地装饰周末地的世界。当然，我们知道管理员们一定也有很多特别的创意，感兴趣的管理员也可以多多分享，你们的想法对我们来说非常珍贵。也许哪天我们看到了有条件实现的创意，就会把它在游戏中呈现哦。此外，在新地图中还将增设新的物资
The
调
new
度终端
stock
和
redistribution
环境监测
terminals,
终端
of course.
部分现有的仓储节点、物资调度终端和环境监测终端，也将进一步开放新的等级
If
上
they
限，
could increase the
帮
level
助
cap
管理
on
员
them,
们获取更
okay.
多的调度券。以上
Nice.
便是本次版本有关集成工业相关的内容了，希望这些内容能让大家玩得开心。未来还有不少集成工业相关的内容仍在开发中，希望能尽快与大家相见。
At least
大
we're
家
getting
敬
more
请期待。
factory content,
那
which
接
is
下来
nice.
我们来一起看看本次版本的活动前瞻内容吧。
Version events preview, okay.
在新版本里啊，还有不少的玩法与活动正等着与各位管理
The
员见面。
many gameplay
首
features,
先，
okay.
常驻玩法引托丰碑和石像悬疑都将迎来
Yep,
更
they
新
can。add more stages
引
to
托丰碑
those.
将新增系列挑战浊流巨献，过去遇到的敌人将以更加强大的形态登场
Of。course.
在完成高端挑战的同时啊，管理员还能参加限时活动，分碑留名、汇流，获取包括千年玉在内的多种奖励。石像悬疑也会开放相差区域5和相差区域6，管理员可以在其中探索，获取更多奖励。另外啊，系列限时活动也会陆续开启。武林正忙于灾后重建，急需援助物品。如果管理员能够使用集成工业系统来帮助武林渡过难关，不仅能够收获居民的感谢，还能得到丰
So
富
at
的
least
报
we
酬。
can get more factory
参与活
content
动
stuff.
集成援助，掌中救星。
So that's nice.
在活动期间啊，可以获得特殊的限时生产配方。与此同时啊，武林的所有据点生产调度券的数率都将大幅增加。管理员可以生产活动需求的产物，提交给武
Then
林据
stock
点，
redistribution
获取武
for
林调度券，并且获
extra
得援助成果
products
券。
there,
援助
okay.
成果券啊，可以在集成援助掌中最新活动界面的物资兑换处呢兑换奖励。相信啊，管理员的每次援助都能让武林城离恢复往日生机更进一步。物资供给活动啊，将会迎来新一期武林特图。活动期间会每日更新供给任务，管理员可以通过种植、采集或者减制等各种方式呢，按需生产各种各样的食物，完成对应目标，并且获取千金玉、存续的痕迹等奖励。卷与明星
Yeah,
航天
that's
主题
just
活
how
动
it is,
很快
Tara.
也会与大家正式见面。
Start
之前已
US
经向
boost
管理员
Japan,
们
now
公开
try to
过的
launch
卷与明
them.
星共赴星海活动正在紧锣密鼓的筹备之中。管理员们将与佩丽卡一起探索航天的奥秘，共同致敬永不止步的开拓精神。等到春晓时版本一开始啊，我们就会为佩丽卡追加一张全新的干员留影，达成1潜能即可解锁。版本更新后啊，管理员们就可以获取留影，并在递江号的
They
会客
can
室
get a
展示。
snapshot and display in the
那没
reception
有
room,
解锁的管
okay.
理员啊，也不用着急，在4月24日呢，游戏内将会正式开启签到活动与留影活动。签到首日奖励中呢，就包含一个佩丽卡的信物，保
Oh,
证
you get
让
a-
管理员们都能
appear
够
like a
欣赏到
token,
佩丽卡
okay.
遨游太空的美丽身影。
That's nice.
留影活动开启后啊，递江号中央环厅的大屏幕和部分场景物件还会限时变为航天主题的样式。启明驻留平台也将限时停驻在太空中，管理员们可以站在递江号舰桥上，静静欣赏它的恢宏壮美。此外啊，参与活动还能够获得递江号陈列品、启明驻留平台模型、头像框、明星、贴纸、启
They
明
got some portraits and
还有
stickers
千
there,
金玉等
okay.
丰厚奖励。我们也期待啊，管理员能够在周末地的世界中感受到寰宇的浩瀚。接下来，我们为管理员带来新版本的寻访讯息。版本更新后啊，将会首先开启春雷动万物生的特许寻访。
Let's
6
shut
星
her
干
head
员
on
庄
the
方毅
yacht
将会
right
在
up.
寻访中获得。
So she's just gonna have a banner up for a month or something? is that it? Because it's up until May 22nd. Right, I'm assuming we're getting the patch to drop in a few days. So that's gonna be like a month or something of your banner. Okay, that's nice that they're like slowing down the rate though. That is actually kind of nice that it's slowing down a little bit. Instead of just the 3-week banners or just under 3-week banners we've been having. If that is the case. That is actually kind of nice. We get more time.
概率提升，在本期特许寻访累计寻访64时，将额外获取寻访情
And the
报书奖
dossier
励。
for the
这次的寻访
banner
情报书
later.
奖励会在下次特许寻访开启后自动转化为对应的专有寻访凭证10张。该特许寻访将总共持续
Yeah, 35 days.
且最小的
Nice.
版本仅有这一位新增干员的特许寻访，管理员们可以
It's
更
a
加
lot
从容
nicer
地
if
规
there's
划
more
寻访节
time.
奏了。与此同时啊，我们在版本期间还会开放一次特殊的寻访——辉光庆典。
That's
那
the
该寻
brilliance.
访呢，会
Okay.
在春雷动万物生的特许寻访结
It'll be available a week before the Thunder Renewal thing ends. Okay, there's like a special thing here. You can get the Pog Granching, Gilberta, Levitaine, and Ardelia there. Sure.
结束的前一周开放。在
Ardelia is nice to have for the group, the AoE
grouping
grouping.
范围有且仅有莱万汀、吉尔佩塔、俊卫和埃尔戴拉这4名干员。要说明的是，辉光庆典特殊寻访
Gilberta is just like a
仅
nice
因本次
pickup.
的特别安排而开放，不会纳入目前已有的寻访类型和规则中，
Does not
与
fall
其
under
他的
any
寻访也互
rules.
不影响。辉光
Does
庆
not
典特殊寻
interfere.
访
Okay.
会一直开放至春晓时版本结束。同时啊，作为一次独立特殊的寻访，辉光庆典也会采用仅适用于本次开放的专属规则。那更多的详细信息啊，则将于后续公布，还请管理员们关注相关公告了。接下来再看看武库交易所。那在新版本中啊将会上架全新的6星施术单元乌州，管理员们可以在行舟森林中获取。而在辉光庆典特殊寻访的持续时间内啊，还会限时开放熔灼森林和
And they're
极
just
形森
rerunning
林
these two
2期
weapons.
武库森
Okay.
林，对应的6星单手剑熔铸火焰与6星施术单元。
Yeah, that makes sense. They're gonna rerun those two weapons.
配合寻访，我们还将开启双方乙的干员试用活动，
And then
也
she'll
将
have a
先
trial
后开启
event.
春雷醒
And then her
悟
login
与流光庆
pose.
10签到2期7日签到活动，登录完成签到即可以累计获取对应寻访的各5张限时寻访凭证等奖励。同时啊，采购中心的集成配额交易页签也会伴随2期寻访，先后上架5张春雷醒悟寻访凭证和5张流光庆时寻访凭证，管理员们记得按需兑换。新一期里程碑活动，协议通行证怒潮也将开启，解锁对应的协议通行证后啊，管理员就可以获取自选6星武器补给，其中包括新增的6星施术单元雾
Yeah,
中
then
微
there's
光。
the new
该
battle
自
pass
选补给啊
stuff.
在协议定制档位和原始配给档位均可获取1个。此外，还有新增的名片主题、山水墨尘、头像、新书、贴纸、巨兽心脏、滤镜、苍白等多种奖励等待着管理员们获取。随着新区域首登开放，我们还将同步开启震髓识海引入活动，希望能为管理员的探索提供助力。完成解锁协议传送点、开启协议储存箱等各项任务，就可以获取丰厚奖励。而且等到新区域试验园区开放后啊，管理员还可以继续参与引入活动熙扰妙用，在体验到新区域的同时啊，也能够拿到可观的活动奖励。
这段时间以来，我们也在持续的关注大家的意见，不断优化各项游戏内容，努力给管理员们带去更加流畅顺滑的游戏体验。那接下来就让我给大家介绍一下新版本已经完成的部分优化内容吧。
Will they
首
fix
先，
the
我们
memory
将会
leak
常驻开
problem?
启干员培养助力新手活动，进行
No,
养成资
they're not
源返
talking about
还。
that.
在起升初期，管理员们在对一定数量的干员等级、技能与天赋、武器进行提升时，将会在各自提升到一定程度后，大量返还对应的培养素材。
Oh, so they're just
如果
giving
管
us
理
a
员已
bunch of
经完成了
materials
对应
back?
的养成目
That's
标，
nice.
那么在版本更新后，就可以直接进入活动页面，领取到大量的返还
Collect
素材。
return materials.
希望这样
Okay.
能减轻各位新老管理员的养成负担，帮
It's
助大
making
家更加
upgrading
便利地
characters
搭建
easier.
队伍。
That's nice.
此外，之前在研发通信中预告过的多项功能优化即将与大家见面， 而且还有不少新增优化也会在即将到来的新版本中时装。在交互与应用性上，我们针对管理员们的反馈，在资源收取、功能跳转、界面显示等方面都进行了改良。电浆号总控中枢将新增总控事项功能，管理员可以一键收取所有产物并安排。
Oh, they're just making like a one-click button on the menu.
也可以一键
Nice.
领取线索并填入对
That
应
is
的线索框
nice.
中。
They'll
另外，
just auto
资源
put
回
them
收站的
in.
资源领取也得到了优化。当资源回收站升至4级以后，管理员就可以在地图界面
And then you
远
can
程
claim
收
it
取资
remotely
源，
at level
不用再
4.
四处奔波了。
Okay.
除此以外啊，干员的装备页面也将会新增装备制造按钮
Oh,。finally, they're putting the gear assembly button on the equipment page. Finally.
管理员可以
It's so
点击
much
按钮
more
一键
convenient
跳
when
转
you
到
can
装
do
备
it
制造页
there.
面，而且还新增了装备批量制造功能。现在管理员们可以一次性制作多件装备。
And you can
在
multi-craft.
使用珍贵
Nice.
培养素材对干员的技能天赋进行升级时，也可以一键跳转到高阶培养资源箱界面，直
And then you
接
can
智
jump
能
and
选
auto
择
convert
所需的素
item.
材内容与
Nice.
数量。我们还会调整基础训练和干员教学关卡的完成和奖励领取方式。如果管理员已经掌握了对应的教学内容，就可以直接点击按钮完成关卡，领取奖励，不用再重复学习了。
Okay. You can just click to skip it and claim it. Okay.
在仓储节点中，也可以按照地区来筛选他人的
Oh, we can finally filter by region. Nice. This makes things so much easier.
运送委托，这样管理员们就可以直接找到自己想要接取的地区的委托了，
Nobody
不用
wants
再
to
反
do
复刷
value
新寻
for
找了。
Everyone wants
同时，
dueling.
我们进一步优化了手柄的操作体验，
And then more
新增
controller
了相关按钮的
optimization.
自定义切
Okay.
换功能，以满足管理员的多种操作习惯。在战斗方面啊，我们优化了界面显示，当角色开启部分持续性的终结技后，将会在画面下方显示终结
Oh,
技的
now
设定
they'll
时
they'll
时
show
间。
how much time is
希望这
remaining.
样让
Nice.
管理员们更好的判断战局，获得更流畅的操作体验。另外，在微镜在线关卡中挑战领袖敌人时，将会在画面左上角显示计时。想要不断挑战自我的管理员们，之后就
Oh,
可以
it's
更加
just
直观
like
地看到
a
操作演示
stopwatch.
了。
Okay. They put a
对
stopwatch
机身
timer
工业
there
系
for
统，我
people.
们也做出了一些调整。版本更新后，即使是在机身核心和协议核心的区域内，也会在地图上显示暗管和多口暗管的标记了。而
Okay,
且，
calling with
管
stuff
理员
can
们
be
在机身
placed.
核心和协议核心区内移动暗管或多口暗管的出入口时，以连接对应的管道将不会断开连接，方便调整工业布局。此外，我们也优化了蓝图的分享文本，在复制蓝图分享码后，自动生成的分享文本将会包含蓝图的名称，
And then
这
you
样
can
蓝图的分
you
享和
put
接收
text
都能
thing
变
for
得更加
sharing
直
there.
观了。
Okay.
此外，在部分 iOS 设备上，我们还新增了总装办公室场景的光追体
Adding
验，
ray tracing
希
for
望
just
能
the
给管理员们
office.
带去更
Okay.
好的视觉感受。我们
Cool.
非常关注管理员们对于游戏日常刷取体验
But
的
we
反
don't even
馈。
have ray
在
tracing on
新
the
版本
PC
中，
version.
我们将为管理员们提供更多的理智消耗许可，
Providing more
减轻
sanity
管理员
usage
们在日
permits.
常刷取的时间与操作负担
Okay.。
首先，新版本开放后，地区调度物资中将会追加更多的理智消耗许可。版本更新后，原本的理智减耗活动也将优化成理智补给活动。
Yeah, we optimize into sanity supply. Okay.
参与就能获取应急理智加强剂和理智消耗许可。活动中达成每日的任务目标后，管理员每天总计可以获取160理智和8张理智消耗许可。比如，管理员可以一次消耗160理智来双倍刷取能量淤积点，然后就可以领取当日的全部奖励。而且每日奖励从原本的理智减耗机制改为应急理智加强剂和理智消耗许可这2种道具后，就更加方便管理员们自由分配自己的空
Okay, at
余
least
时间
they're
了。
making it slightly
另外，
less annoying
新
to
版
use
本协议
those.
通行证的原始配给档位和协议定制档位的循环奖励部分，都可以在原有奖励的基础
And
上
they're
再
gonna add
额外
more
获取更多的理智消
permits
耗
in
许
the
可，
battle
方
pass.
便管理员们更加高效的消耗理智，获取奖励。
Okay. And future version preview.
除了刚刚说的这些，包括养成、集成工业、战斗在内的优化以外呢，管理员方方面面的反馈与建议，我们也都会认真听取。很多优化计划也正在有序展开，我们也会随时准备将很多新发现的优化内容列上日程。那在具体介绍近期会落地的优化之前啊，还有一项重要调整会在新版本里上线。我也想借着今天直播机会跟管理员们分享一下。我们将会在新版本中对
Revamping
猎
monthly
款进
pass.
行换新。
Okay.
等到新版本开启后啊， 月卡的每日奖励部分将会追加4张理智消耗许可，
Add extra
方便大家
sanity
的日
usage
常放
permits.
游玩。
Okay.
当然了，管理员一定会想，那新月卡加强了，手上旧月卡怎么办呢？那对此，我们决定从直播的今天算起，一直到版本更新维护之前，管理员在这段时间内领取的月卡签到奖励，也会在版本更新后追加补偿理智消耗许
Are
可。
they gonna give
相当于
compensation?
现在管理员手上的月卡就已经能够涵盖这部分福利了。另外这次月卡换新后管理员们之前的投入我们也有考虑。为了感谢各位管理员的支持，只要管理员在新版本更新前购买过月卡，我们就会在新版本开启的首日一次性为你发放120张理智消耗许可。说到这里希望大家对月卡的改动能够认可。那不过今天借着这个机会，我还想带给管理员们更多福利。大家看这是什么？是的，相信不少管理员都明白了。我们会为每位管理员都送上一张这样特殊的换新月卡。
Okay.
那新版本后我们会特别开启换新月卡赠礼活动，管理员们每天登录就能领取200千金玉、1支应急理智加强剂和4张理智消耗许可，
So it's
总
a
计
new
可获
one.
得6000千金玉、1200理智
A
和
new and more
120张理智
expensive
消耗许
monthly
可。
card.
需要
Okay.
说明的是这份换新赠礼是可以和原有的月卡奖
It
励
stacks
相
on
互
top
叠
of the
加的。
regular one.
那希
Okay.
望这份月卡能够让各位管理员的周末地旅程更加轻松愉快，也再次感谢各位管理员陪伴我们走到现在。从上线开始到新的版本，其实我们每天都在发现有很多管理员提出了宝贵的意见和建议，当中不乏有全新的建议。那我们一直在关注，也希望通过努力跟进大家的最新体验，优化游戏。那么现在就让我来为管理员正式介绍一下未来版本的优化事项吧。这些优化都已经在有序筹备中了，在不远的将来就能够与管理员见面了。在交互与用心方面，我们会进一步简化装备养成的相关操作。
And you can
相信
finally
很多管理员
perform
都遇到
bulk
过，想要精
artificing.
准装备
Nice.
时需要使用大量
It's
装
so
备，
much
不断
more
点击金
innovative
段
than
有些
clicking
重复。
69,000
希
times
望新增批量金段
every
功能。
single time
优
you're
化
doing
之后
it.
管理员可以一次性选择多件金段耗费装备，连续
So
进
it's
行
mostly
金段，
quality
直
of
到
life
金段成功。
updates.
这样一来，管理员就能够大幅减少金段所需的操作，不必再重复的点来点去了。希望这能够大家提升各位的体验。另外武器机制的刷取体验也将得到优化。管理员可以选定多把希望获取对应机制的武器。如果获取了3个词条都可以契合这个所选武器的无瑕机制呢，这个机制就会被自动锁定，并且打上完美适配的标记，相当于我们会把管理员想要的毕业机制直接做好标记。有了这个功能之后管理员再也不用在刷取机制后一个一个点开机制，仔细寻找和反复确认词条了。此外我们还会区分角色任务显示的优先级，在任务列表中优先显示正处于活动中的角色任务，并为对应的任务增加当期标签，方便管理员更快地找到并体验当期剧情，参与对应活动。地区建设系统也会在主界面新增重要的事务汇总入口，像是仓储节点、物资调度系统等各项建设系统的解锁、升级、资源收取等等信息都会汇总在这儿。而且管理员可以快速地调整到商业界面进行操作，不需要在地图中跑来跑去了。
That's
同时我
convenient.
们还会优化手柄和键鼠操作的切换逻辑。当管理员操作角色在地图中游玩时呢，可以在手柄和键鼠之间无缝切换。
You don't have.
集成工业系统
Okay,
也
cool.
在不断优化中。在游戏
You
进
can
行到
just
一段阶段
quickly
后
swap between
我们观察
keyboard
到
mouse controller
有
if you
很多
play
管
that
理员
way.
因为工厂的
Nice.
停电问题而头疼。虽然可以通过关闭一些设施来逐渐恢复电力，但有些时候处理这些问题仍然会有些无从下手。因此我们考虑了一下，希望通过增设一种叫做备用电源的功能
Backup power.
来帮助大家。
Okay.
它的效果是，如果某地区的电力不甚耗尽，管理员可以选择启用备用电源进行临时供电，使所有设备都可以在一小段时间内获得无限的
Used to
电力。
play for an
那管理
hour.
员就可以利用这段时间进行电力调整，
Okay.
从而恢复正常供电，不用再担心大停电导致的工业停摆让自己无从恢复电力了。同时武林的电力连接也会获得优化。集成核心区域内的吸氧供电桩与吸氧中继器不仅可以连接对应核心，也可以和外部的吸氧供电桩、吸氧中继器正常连接。那这样应该能够帮助管理员在野外拉电线时呢，进一步节省电力设备。那我们非常珍视管理员们的声音，大家提出的建议都是我们优化与调整的重要参考。那在未来我们会继续关注管理员们的反馈，努力改善各方面体验，一定会用更好的内容回馈大家。说完了未来优化的部分我觉得未来版本也有些即将到来的内容想给大家介绍。 首先，玩法创新也是我们始终坚持的目标。我们一直致力于开发出让管理员们玩得开心、更有乐趣的各种玩法。在后续版本中啊，一个全新玩法即将与大家见面。或许啊，有的管理员可能还会觉得它有点熟悉。那现在就让我们通过视频一起来看看吧。
Are they bringing back that roguelike mode that they removed before? Is that what they're doing? The one they got rid of from the beta? What is this? Or not? I don't know what this says. Okay. No idea what that is about, but okay.
没错，正如大家所见，装模地将在未来推出危机合约限时活动，管理员们将会体验到极具挑战性的关卡，并且能够通过词条的自由组合来自行定义关卡的环境与难度。大家可以只是以活动奖励为目标，也可以多多点选高难词条，不断冲击上限。非常期待看到管理员们在崭新的挑战中大放异彩，创造属于自己的高光时刻。未来我们还会推出全新的双人配对战斗活动，在活动关卡中，管理员只能在编队里编入最多2名干员，但是相应的会享有特殊的环境增益，能够构建出更加差异化的双干员战斗循环的体验。到时候，管理员们能够体验到与之前不同的策略乐趣与操作感受，在全新的关卡环境中感受到不一样的战斗节奏。
那玩法之外啊，我们也会在未来的版本中啊，不断推出新干员与他们的故事。他们出身不同，隐性各异，却都以各自的方式书写了独一无二的生命轨迹。让我们来看看他们的面貌吧。
Beneath the sunken soil, contrary wills lie dormant. Their paths diverge. Their truths are not one. Rare is a perfect whole, only when the debt of grace is honored. That the calling is not betrayed. What does it matter? To stand apart. A hunter bound by his blood's own curse. The prey he stalks, a kin's shadow. Once beloved, now lost. A giant cloaked in the interstices of time. For the protection of bonds, she lifts the seal from the forgotten.
看完刚才的影片啊，想必管理员对几位角色很好奇。其中，作为武林城选威的米芾已经与我们同行了一段时间了，但清波寨的竹林中依旧藏含往事。为求问心无愧，他将不得不与擂台上的意料之外的老对手了断手。在武林城内外啊，形形色色的人们也正在上演着属于他们的独特故事。那在刚才的短片中啊，我们还能看到一个人啊，从他背后的巨大血红色翅膀就能够看出，他或许是一名来自塞什卡的血魔。那么，这么一位特殊的客人，又是为何要来到此处的呢？同时啊，还有一位非常年轻的巨兽代理人，他对红科院、对整个文明环带都保持着无限的好奇。他会在未来与管理员发生怎样的故事呢？那这些啊，都在今后的故事中慢慢揭晓了。接下来，我们还有些新的情报要为管理员分享。首先是我们为管理员带来了漫画方面的新情报，漫画《待战》很快会与大家见面。他将为管理员更加深入地讲述庄方仪的故事。春日的武林啊，庄方仪开始了例行的城内巡查工作。这座他亲手建立的宏伟城市中啊，每一处都凝聚着全武林人的心血。在经历了惨痛的灾难，共同扛过艰苦的日子之后呢，武林已在庄方仪的带领下重新走上了正轨。这里啊，是塔维尔重要的科考站，也是生活在这里人们无可替代的家园。庄方仪期许着，待梨花绽放之时，一定会有好事发生。加油吧！周末地也在持续连载中，管理员们可以在其中感受地窖场轻松愉快的日常生活，看到干员们不一样的另一面。在联动方面，明日方舟周末地与 Happy Lemon 的联动活动即将在美国开启。本次联动将推出2款联动套餐，购买套餐即可获得联动限定赠品。部分门店还会推出主题日活动，详细联动内容将于后续公开，敬请期待。那么到这里啊，今天的直播也差不多要告一段落了。 非常感谢各位管理员的观看，也非常感谢大家一直以来的陪伴。各位管理员的反馈、讨论，还有实际的游玩体验，对我们来说都非常重要。我们会继续把这些声音带进开发之中，也会通过每次更新将游戏做到更好。
但也正因为这样，我们还是希望节奏能稳一点，一步一步把东西做
I
好。
guess it's something like
现在
that.
后续几个版本的内容都在同步推
That's
进，
my assumption
不
or
管是
something. Who
玩法机
knows?
制还是剧情体验，我们都在认真制
Though
作。
I don't know what
在将
Happy
来，我
Lemoners
们
or
也
where
会
that
一一为大家
is,
揭晓。
but
希望能为管理员
for
带去
people who
越
can
来
go
越多的
there,
惊喜与快乐。
good for them.
卡威尔还有很多内容等待着我们展示给大家，而大家的关注和喜爱，我们都有感受到，也一直在推动着我们向前走。
Okay.
这份陪伴啊，对我们来说不只是支持，更像是一种动力，让我们有信心将周末地继续做好，也走得更远。虽然今天的节目啊已经接近尾声，但周末地的旅途才刚刚开始，也希望接下来这段路仍然能够让各位管理员和我们一起走下去。期待不久之后，我们还能再次和大家见面，再聊更多新的故事。那么管理员，下次再见了，拜拜。
Is that it for this? Oh yeah, it looks like a... Wait, no, there might be a trailer or something here. Oh yeah, they have something here. Okay. Okay. Alright, cool. So it's just more quality of life stuff, new maps, new character, and more factory stuff to mess around with. And it's gonna be what, 35-day banner, whatever. It's nice that it's at least a bit slower than how it's been before, cause it gotta be rough to like keep up with everything, especially with just how busy things are now. But yeah, that's cool. Alright, let's get back into everything here. Okay. Alright, we're just all tabbed out, looking at the stuff there. Is there anything else I needed to get done here? Anything else here that I wanted? But yeah, things are gonna be, things are just busy lately. And what, the new update is in how many days? I think you can just check it from the protocol pass. Right, because we have like the new the next ToF version update on Tuesday. Right, it's gonna be Tuesday. And then this is in 4 more days. So that's gonna be Thursday night for the Enfield update then. Okay, we'll have to figure things out there. You know, I really should like fix the thing I have in some of my factories here. There is something here I should have fixed a long time ago, but I never bothered to, because like when I was originally building this stuff here, I had things in mind from like the earlier betas and not how things like actually work. So like there's a lot of stuff that could have been optimized better. Yeah. A lot of that stuff could have been optimized better. Same with over here. Because like I remember like when I played in the earlier betas, this would just do one-to-one outputs. And I had things built up around that. That could have been cleaned up and just changed the 3 outputs there. Yeah, then I could have done that at least. Get rid of that, because this thing outputs 3. I should have done that. The things keep getting clogged as well. Yeah, I could have cleaned this stuff a lot more. And not have, like, made things this way. Oh well. I can put something else here now then. Curie collab. That would be something. Hmm. Yep, then dense Furium powder. Yeah, that way I can get some steel parts. I should have done that. What's my Furium powder usage? Oh, I need a little bit more Furium powder. Okay. I'll just put regular Furium there. Here we go, now I can at least get some steel part production here. Wait, I need to refine it first. Just to produce steel, that's all. So we take Therium there. We can put Therium powder here. And then Sandleaf powder there. Wait, is there a way I can fit this in a bit nicely? Wait, no, I don't have space. Yes, I'm still here. I pick up feeling we went to the moon. Well, it is what it is. But did they piss on the moon? Because Obama would like that. That's the real thing now. But yeah. It's like saying went to McDonald's. They just went to their parking lot and went home. I guess that's one way to look at it. Right, I guess that is a way to look at it. Its own weird, funny way to look at it, but yeah. Though I wouldn't be going to McDonald's. But yeah. I guess you could look at it that way. True. You're all virtually in my room now. It's surely how it works. Right, that is exactly how it works, right? You're all virtually in my room. He is him, but yeah. That's a different thing. That's him, not us. Have you been to the moon? Have you pissed on the moon? I don't think so. Right. What's the color of the moon rocks? True. What's the color of your moon rocks? Alright, let me check the report here. Yeah, it's probably fine for the barium powder thing there. We can leave that as is. And then sand leaf powder will like fill up here. Alright, what was the thing I had over here? Do I need to fix it over here too? Yeah, I guess this could be fixed up as well. Or rather, I could just do that. Yeah, I'll just leave it like that. And put a protocol stash here. And then I can just leave it alone. Yeah, and then I'll just cap out on the other stuff soon. Okay. Alright then. Anything else I need here? Oh. Alright, we can go to the store thingy here. Yoink that. Ooh, we can yoink that too. Nice. How many pulls do we have for the next patch? Yeah, so that's 40 pulls and then leave that alone. Okay. They claim that the moon has a face that's looking down at us. Like what do you imagine? Imagine the Majora moon thing. That's just gonna come crashing down in like 3 days. Is that what you're supposed to imagine? The Majora's moon? Is that what you gotta imagine? You just imagine it crashing down? That is something to say, Reptar. That is quite something. Okay. I don't think there's anything else we need here. Right, because I think I did clean this stuff up. What, would it take you 3 days to crash down though? Is that it? But yeah. Yeah, I don't think there's like anything else to do here. We're pretty much just like waiting for like the next event thing and then it's stuff from that. And then waiting for like the next patch. Because not all the event stages are unlocked yet. There's still... yeah, a couple more there. Oh yeah, we had a single pull here. Alright, what do we got? Alright, we got Wolf Guard. And then nothing else. Oh, I can exchange that for 5 pulls. So now I have 45 pulls for the next update. Right, I have 45 pulls there then. Okay. And then technically there's like more stuff I could do. I could technically go through all these trading stages and get how many more resources. Because I have not been doing these. Same with these ones. And there's like a bunch here as well because I have not. Oh wait. I could just do this? Wait, they already implemented this? Oh, that makes things so much easier. Lots of resources for me. Alright, surely we can get the new character next patch. When it drops. Surely we can grab her. I haven't seen either. So how would I know? And I don't really know anything about the Mortal Kombat movie. I haven't seen that. I didn't even know there was a Mortal Kombat movie. I've been living under a rock of some sort, I guess you could say. But I don't know. I'm gonna guess the Sonic movie will probably get better received just because the more hype and it's gonna be like for kids anyways. So things tend to be a lot easier on that front. If people keep that in mind. That's just gonna be my guess. You've seen how crazy some people are defending that recent shit Mario movie or whatever. With the defense was, but it's for kids or whatever. So that is my reasoning there. But I don't know. But yeah, that's just my reasoning and my guesses there. Like in that case. Yeah, what is she gonna get? Is she gonna get kidnapped by Metal Sonic or something? Just like in Sonic CD. Is that it? Eggman gonna go kidnap a whole planet, the little planet, and chain it to the earth or something? Is that what's gonna happen? Is that what they're gonna do? I don't know. Yeah, that's fair. The Sonic CD was cool. Is there anything else I wanted here? Wait, I guess I can check now. Yeah, claiming all those things barely increased on my stuff there. Now I just have 48 pulls. Not even 50. I mean, it's fine. It's like I don't really pay that much attention, man. I don't know where you got the Sonic of Vtuber from. But sure. I didn't even play Crossworlds. I don't play all the Sonic games. For sure.
Conventions of
Fair enough.
dictate that people exchange.
I've only really played the mainline games, and that's it. I've played some on stream, and that's it. Oh yeah, Pokemon Champions came out the other day. The thing's a mess. I tried it a bit. The thing's a disaster. And like they put a disclaimer saying, "Ah, yeah, you can play everything free to play, but you can't get Eternal Flower Floette or Mega Floette, the Floette Mega Stone, without connecting it to Legend ZA." It's not. And then the 30 box slot is Super Pepega, like I said before. But yeah, I played it for a little bit. I tried it a bit, but like, a lot of the items are missing, which what's funny is like there's a Rocky helmet on the shop icon, except you can't even get the Rocky helmet. No choice band or no choice specs either. And a bunch of other items are just gone. So it's just like completely borked. It is like completely borked. But yeah. The thing is just a disaster. Oh, does she have a gift for me?
Endman, will you accept this?
Sure, I got some junk buckflower powder. And some canned citrons. Okay, I guess I should double check if there's anything else I wanted to get from the stock registration shop before it resets. How about the Wooling shop? Nope, and I already bought all of these exploration, the artificing catalysts and the exploration stuff here. Because these will come in handy. The detectors or whatever for the new map. I could just have it reveal everything. Don't tell me she has another gift.
I told Antal that I did.
No. No, she does not. Okay, I think we're done here. Alright, I'm gonna be right back in a sec. I'm gonna get some water and stuff. And then we'll go through more of the React backlog, I guess. You guys sent a bunch of stuff the past week. There's a lot of stuff here. So we'll look into this after. Just gonna quickly use the washroom. I'll be right back. I'll put the music on. My cock. Okay, we're fighting macaque. What kind of name is that? Wait, yeah.
This turns into the dilemma for a moment.
Yeah, cause like...
As you star Cobalt to sit, her matrices just immediately turn to shit.
Yeah.
So, listen to this.
What it is. What it is. Okay, let's put a cog. But there's a first time for everything, right? Shiny macaque wants to fight. What's your choice? Nice. Right, he says nice. He just said nice. Right, because he wants to fight with macaque. A random box upon opening rewards one of the following? What? Fighting the boss. You just use her to... You just cheese it like this. Come on. The pink rainbow with the Skittles. Oh, shit, because he's behind. This is a pain. I want him first, not Charizard first. This is annoying. Let's attack away. Yeah. There we go, let's get this game. The what? What? And then he just launched himself to his death. What the fuck is that momentum? Right, let's go in. Where are you? Hold on, there we go. Alright. Is it on cooldown? Okay. Yeah, read up 40 hours guaranteed within the Skip. What reason to bring it? Only PGR is the only answer. Okay, I'm back. Alright, let's see. What do we got here? First one, how is this possible? DLSS dynamic frame gen versus loss of scaling? Okay, what else we got? There's a bunch of other stuff here. They built the ultimate PlayStation from junk. Oh boy.
I think it's kind of fascinating that some dude who made a little duck app called Lossless Scaling for $6.99 on
What do
Steam.
you mean finally got hacked? How many times has PlayStation gotten hacked? PlayStation servers have gotten hacked like so many times.
Runs on basically any GPU, solves some of the problems that I have with DLSS dynamic multi-frame generation, which just launched. My full review, showing in the video behind me, has already been published. I want to be clear that I'm overall positive about the technology.
I mean, I don't like frame gen, I don't use it.
Nitpicks about it. Those nitpicks were already solved by lossless scaling, which I reviewed. Looks like this video was published a year ago. So in this video reviewing lossless scaling's adaptive frame gen, it actually solved those very problems. Now that being said, that doesn't mean that lossless...
Now, frame gen is shit regardless until games start using stuff like asynchronous time warp and decoupling everything from frame rate. Until they start decoupling every single aspect of the gameplay from the frame rate, frame gen will still always be shit. Like, regardless, I can always tell the input latency with frame gen. And it annoys me, which is why part of why I will never see it as a viable thing to use until they start decoupling things from it. Until the day your inputs into the game is separated entirely from frame rate, I will never use this shit.
Scaling is better than DLSS dynamic frame generation, but it does some things that DLSS doesn't, which is kind of cool.
No, you can. Here's the thing. Here's the thing. Have you ever messed around with some of like the better optimized VR games? Because this has already been a thing for the VR stuff for a while. Like, VR games from like 10 years ago are already doing this shit. They already have a thing. It's called asynchronous time warp. And like, there's even an LTT video where like they were showing asynchronous reproduction as like a feature in there. There's like a demo of everything. Here. This demo right here of like the thing in action, separated from the frame rate. Like, this is a thing. Someone was like showing a demo of it outside of VR, but VR games have been using it for the past 10 plus years already. So like they can have a lower frame rate, but the stuff, your inputs and stuff will still work. But yeah. They need to start like making this a thing. Like making this a thing under the hood for everything first. Like, at the very least, this stuff needs to be done.
And I'll talk about how perhaps DLSS could look into using those types of ideas in the future to push dynamic frame generation to maybe the next level of motion fluidity. More on that in a second, but first, I've turned down every mobile game sponsorship I've been offered until today because I actually like Maddox and it doesn't have all of the issues I have with all sorts of other ones. I've turned down a bunch of mobile games because they're grindy wastes of time. I like Number Go Up, but I like Number Go Up when I get better. I don't like Number Go Up because
whatever, go skip
rather
this.
than rotting my brain on play, check out the sponsored link in the video description. GPU. However, I'm talking about how this actually operates. So the idea of dynamic dynamic multi-frame generation that lossless scaling solves? Well, one of them is just GPU compatibility, where lossless scaling is compatible on a bunch of other stuff. But that's kind of a topic for another time. That is a thing, though, and a pro for lossless scaling. I think why a lot of people like it is just its compatibility, it's cheap, you don't need a specific GPU. However, I'm talking about how this actually operates. So the idea of dynamic frame generation is that you can change the frame generation multiplier, but you can have the driver or the NVIDIA app, the game, however you want to think about it, just adjust it on the fly. So it can switch from no frame generation at all to 2x to 3x to 4x to 5x, now all the way up to 6x on the fly to target a certain frame rate. Now, that frame rate target is one of the issues I have. So when I set the monitor's max refresh rate, which in my case was 240, as the target, but then I actually went into the game and started using it, I noticed I would be frequently hitting frame rates like 252. So why is that a big deal? Well, going over your monitor's max refresh rate is a bad thing for motion fluidity because your monitor can't display those extra hertz, and now it doesn't divide nicely into things, so you can get a little bit of screen tearing, or you can get a little bit of a judder to the motion on the screen. And both of those are problems when the whole point of frame generation is motion fluidity. Now, I'll be honest, when it's like 252 for a second, I don't notice it that much. But my other issue is that switching from no frame gen to 2x frame gen on the fly is a really big jump, and it was a little bit noticeable, and also I would have it sometimes jump quite a bit, because if I'm hitting like 200-ish frames per second, it might be at 1x, which is no frame generation applied at all. But then if it dips a little under 200, it might try to kick on to 2x frame gen, but when I'm still way over half my monitor's refresh rate, and so I would notice it sometimes jump up way over 300 FPS. And switching from 1x frame gen, in other words, no frame gen, to 2x frame gen, and jumping from like 100 and something FPS to over 300 FPS, and 300 FPS being way above my monitor's max refresh rate, that was kind of noticeable. And so it was not great. Now, you could obviously just tune your frame rate targets and your in-game settings and things to just not trigger this, but again, it's just a little bit of a downside to the technology, where again, I was mostly positive about the dynamic multi-frame gen. I just want to talk about where it could improve, right? So I brought up these nitpicks. Let's talk about how could those be improved. And like I said, the Duck app on Steam seems to do the job. So how is adaptive frame generation through lossless scaling different than DLSS dynamic frame generation? Well, DLSS's dynamic frame generation is still fixed to integer multiples. What I mean is whole numbers. Whereas lossless scaling's adaptive frame gen, which I reviewed a year ago, so this has been out a while now, they definitely beat NVIDIA to the punch, their adaptive frame generation doesn't have to be integer multiples. It doesn't have to be fixed amounts. Now, I understand many of you don't even know what the word integer means, and frame gen's a little bit confusing anyway. So here's what I mean, as far as how it actually works in practice. With lossless scaling's adaptive frame gen, it doesn't actually really matter what your input frame rate is. It will just hit your target for the output frame rate. Now, I don't know if I have good film like this. I'm just showing my video where I reviewed this in the background. I'll link it in the video description. You can look at it. But here I'm going from 38 input, that might be a little bit hard to see, to 120 output. Now, 38 times 4 is almost 120, but it's not 120. So it's actually doing something other than just multiplying an exact multiple of the frame rate. And you might be like, so what? Why can't DLSS do that? So the way these work is they're taking 2 frames that the game actually rendered traditionally, right? So I'll call that frame 1 and frame 2. And the way frame gen worked when it first came out, and there was only 2x mode, so this would be 1x, meaning there is no frame rate. Multiplying by 1, there is no frame generation. So 2x frame generation is drawing an extra frame in between these. I'll call this FG1
I don't know, Mom.
or something
They just
like
are.
that. That's your generated frame. Now, this is why people say that frame generation has a latency penalty, because normally your game would have just shown you this frame and then shown you that frame. But instead, what it's doing is it's slightly delaying you showing this frame So it can take these 2 frames and interpolate them and essentially guess what happened in between, kind of average them out. Now, this is a place where DLSS does a much better job than lossless scaling, mostly, or at least partially, because DLSS has more access to game information. DLSS is directly integrated into the game engine by the game developers, and therefore it has access to the game's motion vectors. So when you're looking at these 2 frames, these frames have the actual image that you see, the color, the pixels, right? Basically a screenshot, but they also have information saying which direction is everything moving in, which helps inform the guess at what happened in between, which is the generated frame, right? Now, lossless scaling, being an app that you run outside of the game itself, it only has the image, the actual like screenshot of each frame. It doesn't have the game's motion vectors. It has to try to infer the motion vectors by just looking at the screen and guessing where things were moving. So it has less information to work with, which means if we're talking about like, which is better, lossless scaling or DLSS frame gen, DLSS has an advantage in image quality. DLSS will make a better guess at what the frame looks like in most situations because it just has more information to work with. So that's, win one for DLSS. But
I'm doing fine.
when they came out with things like...
yeah, I had my birthday a few days ago. I took some time off. Well, not really. I was just more so busy with other stuff off stream, but yeah. Good to see you again as well. But it is what it is. Things have just been busy lately.
And when you're running lossless scaling in its 2x mode, it does the same thing. It takes these 2 frames, guesses what happened in between, delays showing you this one, so you see this one. So there's a little bit of a latency penalty, but you get more frames coming to your display, so the motion fluidity looks better. So that's why frame generation increases motion fluidity, the smoothness.
But I hate the latency, so I don't use it.
So here's the interesting thing. DLSS is fixed to integer multiples, meaning that's what 2x looked like. If you are in 3x mode, it's actually generating 2 frames in between. So it would generate a frame here and a frame here, and it will pace them equal distances apart. So when you're in 3x mode for DLSS, you see a real frame, then a generated frame, then a generated frame, then a real frame.
It was earlier this month. It was just a few days ago.
And then up to the higher multiples is the same idea. Each one is just adding an additional frame, but then it also has to, it doesn't just add it like right here, right? It has to space them out appropriately so that everything is spaced evenly, right? So you could have 4x frame gen. I'll try my best to draw these spaced evenly. I don't know if I'll do a very good job, but that's the idea. These would be spaced evenly in time. That's your frame time, the time between frames, right? And that would now be what 4x frame gen looks like. And so that's the idea. Every time your frame rate gen multiplier goes up by 1, you're getting 1 extra generated frame. But notice that it makes sense to be using whole numbers here, right? You get this frame, you get this frame. Those are the ones the game actually rendered like normal. And then you get these evenly spaced frames in between. And it's some whole number of those. So what the heck does it mean for lossless scaling's adaptive frame gen to go into multipliers that aren't whole numbers? That's what's so crazy. So the way they were able to do this, as I understand it, and when I made this video, I did actually email with the developer of lossless scaling to ask, how are you doing this? And my understanding, which also lines up with what they told me in the email and the tooltip when you hover over it in the lossless scaling app, is that when lossless scaling does multipliers that aren't whole numbers, the trick is you don't necessarily see the actual rendered frames from the game engine, the frame 1 and the frame 2. It would basically just say, okay, we'll use these 2 to figure out generated frames, but lossless scaling might never show them to you. It might just show you some generated frames spaced evenly, but if that spacing to hit the frame rate that you want, if you're hitting a certain frames per second, then there's a certain amount of time between frames. That needs to stay even. So adaptive frame gen from lossless scaling just
She does
abandons
it every
the
year, yeah.
idea that you need to see the actual game frame at all. And it just takes them as inputs to figure out generated frames.
For the most
that
part,
then
I do like
spaces evenly.
the DLSS upscaling. Not so much what they showed with the DLSS 5 thing. The 4.5 model is really nice. Like the 4.5 DLSS model is really good. But I do not like the frame gen. But like you guys already know that. I've said it like many times. I do not like frame gen. It doesn't matter where it is. Because again, like the less data it has to work with, meaning the people who will probably make use of it are the ones that like get it the worst. Because like if you already have like a super high frame rate anyways, the impact of frame gen is going to be very, very minor, like the latency penalty and stuff relative to how quickly you're getting the frames. But also, you're going to have a lot less artifacting because there's a lot less BS that has to guess in between. But that's not the case if your frame rate is already pretty low. Which is why it's just like, ugh. I will never, like, make use of this shit. That's one of the many reasons why.
Right?
I don't like using frame gen.
Those are the inputs to figure out these generated frames that it spaces evenly, but now it could be some other multiple besides just going from like 40 to 120 by doing 3x, the frames, right? So that's the idea. That's what lossless scaling does differently. Now, you might be wondering, well, wouldn't that make what I'm seeing worse because I never see the actual frame? Well, first of all, say you might see the actual frame. My understanding is that if the actual frame is close enough in frame time to when you should see a frame to hit your target frame rate, it could still show you the actual frame, but it kind of lets go of the idea that it needs to. That's my understanding of how lossless scaling is doing this. So that's definitely weird. So you might not see the actual frames, you might only see generated frames. Also, my understanding is that this could also hurt the latency penalty a bit more as well. And just in general, I've noticed that lossless scaling, when running at the same frame rates, feels more floaty on the mouse movements to me. I feel more latency, more delay between my input, my mouse input, and when I see it reflected on the screen. So that's where I would say that's another advantage for DLSS. I believe that because DLSS is actually integrated into the game and forces the games to also support reflex, and reflex, if you're thinking in terms of what's going on here, basically helps cut back some of the time between when a game would normally show you a rendered frame. So it helps with that latency. It gets more complicated than that. We don't need to get into all of the details, but that's the idea. So reflex helps reduce latency, so you're more responsive. Frame gen increases latency, reflex decreases latency. So the idea there is to not have a huge latency penalty from using frame gen. I think because lossless scaling is basically having to happen after the game's already done everything it's doing, and then it just takes those two screenshots essentially, right, your two frames, and guess what happens in between. I don't think that anything that they can do can make it as responsive as the DLSS frame generation that's integrated into the actual game. So lossless scaling has worse responsiveness, but I think that if DLSS took this idea of abandoning these two frames and just spacing everything evenly, I think that they could have less of a latency penalty than lossless scaling does, just through virtue of being integrated directly into the game and being able to take better advantage of things like reflex to reduce that latency penalty. So I think DLSS could pull this off better if they tried to do this type of technology. Also, like I said, there's that image quality issue where lossless scaling overall has worse image quality just because it doesn't have that access to the in-game motion vectors. But also, if you're throwing out the two rendered frames that the game normally uses, those are the best looking frames that will not have any frame generation artifacts. If you're generating every frame and you never see the traditionally rendered frames or rarely see them, then you're seeing artifacts more frequently. So, and fewer frames look perfect, so it can have a decrease to image quality. Now, lossless scaling can look pretty good, especially I've noticed in first-person games.
Keyword is
but I
cannot.
noticed that in
Yes.
third-person games, I have bigger issues where the player character often looks kind of has problems. And I don't know if you guys are noticing, but as these characters walk by, you notice a little bit of a weird outline around them. And then if I like swing my mouse around quickly when using it, I usually see like some target reticle issues. I don't know if there's a good happen to get to a good video of it here at any particular point where I move it around, but there gets to be a little bit of a garbling weirdness around the mouse reticle here. So those are things that DLSS handles better than lossless scaling, and the fewer, the more generated frames you have, though, things get harder to do. So what the heck was the point of this video? So basically, one thing I had people bringing up is, wait, does lossless scaling do dynamic frame gen better than DLSS? So the part that it does better is it just hits your target frame rate. It just hits it. And that's really cool. And it doesn't overshoot, and it doesn't have those big dramatic jumps between like 1x and 2x where you get a big frame rate swing. So in just strictly motion fluidity and locking to your target frame rate, lossless scaling does a better job. However, DLSS feels more responsive and has better image quality overall. And to me, those are more important. So I would personally prefer to use the DLSS frame gen, dynamic or otherwise, to lossless frame gen when DLSS frame gen is available. Because it's just more directly integrated in the game and all of that. So I would still prefer DLSS frame gen. But lossless scaling, your little $6.99 Duck app on Steam,
yeah, like Duck app,
doing a really interesting thing that DLSS still isn't doing with its dynamic frame gen mode. I wonder if they're exploring this, or if they have explored it and just maybe felt like the image quality and or latency was too much of a penalty, or maybe they just haven't got there yet and this is something that they're looking at down the road. So I don't know where DLSS is at with exploring this idea of this adaptive frame gen that doesn't have to stick to these integer multiples. It'd be interesting to see if they go there. I hope that if they do, that it's just optional. The same way that dynamic frame gen is optional. You can still just use fixed frame gen as well. So it's cool that we have this new option. I think it'd be nice if they eventually get control for the multiplier to allow like adaptive non-integer multiples. That would be a cool next step.
Okay.
On this note, I'll also say that another place I could see this idea of dynamic DLSS progressing in the future to be even better is to also mix dynamic resolution scaling. Because the other way you can fine-tune the performance and hit a certain frame rate
dynamic resolution
is by
scaling would
adjusting
actually be pretty
internal
good.
resolution. Lower internal resolution, higher frame rate, higher internal resolution, lower frame rate. So if NVIDIA doesn't
That would
wanna
actually
do
be quite
this,
nice
or
for
they can do
DLSS,
both, but let's say
actually.
you wanted a different way to tweak that final output frame rate. What if you use frame gen to get close to the target frame rate, and then you hit the small differences by adjusting the internal resolution? Well, now you've got a lot of variables in play. I see that that would be a lot harder to implement, but I think that would be another interesting thing to explore. So allowing the resolution to dynamically scale alongside the frame gen.
Yeah, forget frame gen. Dynamic DLSS would actually be really useful. Like going between ultra performance DLSS all the way to like DLAA, or heck, you could honestly go even below that depending on resolution. Right? Because like, here's the thing, right? Like, what? Performance mode or like 1080p is like 540p or something like that. And then you're upscaling it to 1080p. But then like, if the image output's already pretty decent like that, then with the transformer model, then what if you took that and upscaled that to 4K? And then you just went in between. Right? Because like, stuff like that could be really useful. For like, if you have like a scene where like you end up just dropping a bunch of frames or whatever, or it's like compiling shaders or something, that's just a way to go in between. That would be really useful. dynamic DLSS upscaling
to
instead.
more closely hit your target frame rate without those bigger
That would be
swings
nice to have.
and without overshooting the target. I think those would be good things to explore and look at for the future, alongside maybe looking at this kind of mode where you just lose holding onto those completely rendered frames anyway. Those would be cool ways to push this forward. Anyway, let me know what you guys think about these ideas in the comment section. I know a lot of people would just prefer just don't play with frame gen. I'll be honest, like a lot of games I play without frame gen. Some games I play with it on. Because it's kind of it's always a
Yeah, that
trade-off
is true.
between
It's
your
just a
image
constant
quality from any
reminder.
frame gen artifacts.
It's like, oh shit, you're getting
frame gen
old.
does increase motion fluidity, right? So sometimes
It's like,
I
oh,
value
fuck.
that fluidity, and I'm not
I'm
getting
older
a lot
now.
of artifacting in the game I'm playing, so I kick it on. Sometimes I don't. And as always, remember, frame gen
It do
is
be
not
that way
performance. It does
sometimes.
not make the game more responsive, and it works best the higher your base frame rate is. So let's never fall into the trap of calling this performance. But it does.
It's never performance. Alright, someone built the ultimate PlayStation from junk.
This is a PlayStation
Retro
1.
Future. I
In
haven't
this
seen this
video,
stuff in a
I'm
long
going to be
time.
Fixing it, restoring it, and turning it into the ultimate PS1.
Okay. What is he gonna do? Put a small board computer in there? Just kidding. I just run emulators.
I picked this up on eBay for quite cheap given the condition it's in. What they didn't tell me is that it didn't work properly. We've got serious amounts of work ahead of us, so let's begin by disassembling everything. To do this, I'm going to be using the LTT transparent ratcheting screwdriver. This thing is absolutely solid and is a delight to use. A massive thank you to them for sponsoring this video.
Okay.
This, by the way, is the SCPH5502 revision of the PS1. This is the most desirable model of the PS1 to upgrade, and most of the mods that we're installing today require this specific model.
Okay.
The first thing I noticed when I took the lid off was this. This had been added in at some point by someone who isn't Sony. I've never seen this before, so let's pry it off and find out what it is.
Alright, if I wanted to play a PS1 game, I'd just go use an emulator.
Scraping the sticky pad off revealed some text, and a quick look at the data sheet revealed I had no clue what I was looking at. But
clock
fortunately,
oscillator,
my
okay.
friend Sean told me it was a crystal oscillator for
Yep.
the NTSC frequency, meaning this had been installed to allow this PAL region PS1 to work overseas. Considering I'm in the UK, which is the PAL region, this PlayStation now doesn't work properly on my televisions. The
Yeah.
image is coming out as black and white, but it turns on, so that's good. We're gonna have to somehow reverse this mod, so let's grab our screwdriver and dive deeper.
And this is also why I would rather just, again, just play on an emulator. What do you mean you can't, Reptile? I mean, someone literally made an FPGA of a PS1. Technically speaking, if you get the core of the FPGA, you could download it onto an FPGA board. There's like straight up an FPGA PS1. So technically speaking, if you had the exact board they were using, you could download a PS1 onto it. An FPGA, like you could download it. But yeah, that is quite literally a thing. For designing a lot of like electronics and stuff like that. There's they actually run simulations of the chips that they put into devices before they even make it a real thing. It is like pretty common for the larger companies to like do that, run simulations and simulate it first. But yeah. It's not really an emulation in that sense, because what you're actually doing is you're programming a chip to act as if it was the actual circuitry of something else. This is like used in a lot of stuff. Have you ever seen dev kits of like older consoles, for example? That's basically the type of stuff you would find inside. You're gonna find like all sorts of FPGA boards in there. For all sorts of things, like even for things like a Bluetooth controller or some other like a wireless controller or whatever. Part of the reason why is so that like, let's say you're Nintendo and you're designing a game console or whatever, and you decide that you want to change which chip you're using for like the wireless chip for, again, Bluetooth. You could simulate different chips and how they would act on your system before you go out and actually manufacture them. Realize maybe you don't like this thing, and then have to go scrap it, then spend months prototyping a new one to do the same thing again and again and again. It's so much faster to just use FPGAs to just get the things to act the way you would want it while you were testing stuff internally. But yeah, the whole peripheral that used the model in the back, the parallel IC. But yeah, it did around 10.5G. Honestly, that's not the worst thing when you consider how old all that stuff is. All things considered, that's not too awful. 10.5G for all that, considering the age of that. Like, yeah, sure, modern stuff you can do like 5 times that. But like, you swap one of those out, the gap closes a little bit. You swap 2 of them out, it closes up a lot more. Right. But yeah. Not the worst thing out there. Yeah, it'll close a ton if you just do that one swap.
The PS1 is a great system to work on, because if certain things break like the power board, controller ports, or the laser, they can be really easily replaced since they're all separate parts.
I think I'll just speed this up because this is so slow.
With all of those things removed, we could then get to the motherboard.
I want to set up to 1.69 X speed.
Before we continue, a quick shout out to the sponsor of this video, LTT Store. They make
Oh yeah, they have a nice screwdriver.
They also make fantastic tools.
You got Linus. Papa Linus is sponsoring them with their screwdriver, okay.
And this here is their pride and joy, the ratcheting multi-bit screwdriver. This is the transparent one, which is truly awesome. It has a gnarled grip on the end to help with rapid unscrewing. It comes with a big selection of bits which are very well made and all fit inside the handle, and it doubles as a bearing which sits in the palm of your hand to help you unscrew. It's a great bit of kit, and I highly recommend one. Check them out in the description below.
It is a nice screwdriver, but it's very pricey.
Okay, so here's everything taken apart. Currently, the shell of this PS1 is absolutely foul. There's some unknown ancient modifications on the motherboard, which we're going to need to remove in order to install new ones. And lastly, I know this thing is old, but the image coming out of it should not be in black and white. Let's deal with the shell first, since I have something special planned for it, which requires us to ship it out ASAP.
What he's gonna do? Put it in an ultrasonic cleaner or something? They gonna do that shit?
Cleaning the shell is fairly simple. I filled up a tub with some hot soapy water and let everything soak. I then used a brush and gave everything a thorough scrub.
Yeah. Well, of course you gotta use
With the shell now
like
clean
isopropyl alcohol.
out of the water,
For that
I gave the
stuff.
final rub down with a towel. I probably should have done this earlier, but I removed the lid for the disc tray and gave all of that a clean too.
You know, I thought this guy was gonna like put something in like an ultrasonic cleaning bath. You know, PlayStation is cool and all, but what about the No, I need the crab one. The PlayStation. It's all about the PlayStation. This thing. The funny part is the guy who made this thing, it actually works. The PlayStation. Right, like, you know, the PlayStation 1 is cool and all, but what about the PlayStation crab?
Overall, this thing came up really nicely and was clearly just in need of a good clean. Since this is going to be the ultimate
Okay.
PS1, I want to try something really special with the shell. Aftermarket shells aren't really available for the PS1, and in order for it to be ultimate, we've got to do something with the shell. So for now, let's package it up and send it off. And we'll find out later on in the video if what I had in mind has paid off.
Okay.
So it's now time to try and reverse all of the modifications that have been fitted to this PS1 at some stage in its life. Having spoken to Sean, he is confident that these mods have been installed to allow the PS1 to play games that have been burnt at home onto discs. Effectively, this means games could be downloaded online and then played for free.
You don't technically need a mod chip to do this. With the PlayStation 1 and the PlayStation 2, if you blocked a bunch of sensors on the board, you could put a legit game in, and then you could eject the game while it's like loading and put in a completely different game and it would boot up. The reason why I know this is because I actually played around with it growing up a long time ago when I found out that it was a thing. And I used it to play all sorts of games on my PS2 that way. But yeah. No, you didn't even need to mod it. No, you didn't need to do that. So I had a PS2 Slim, and basically there was a couple sensors that you could completely block. What I remember doing is I would shove like, I would get like a piece of tape and I would shove like cotton swabs or something that I would like harden up and like just shove in there and like block a bunch of sensors. And then I don't remember the exact timing, but you could do that. The McBoot thing, I heard about that. It's just that that thing cost money. And for some reason at that time I had like a large stack of CDRs or whatever. And the McBoot method is a lot easier to do. But there was a manual way of doing it. It was easier on the Slim model PS2 because you had the thing would open up instead of the eject tray coming out. But yeah. Yeah, I know. I had a PS1 memory card and a PS2 memory card. No, you didn't even need that. So PS2... There was like a couple things. This was like a long time ago. There was like a couple spots. You would have to like open up the top on the Slim model. There was like these three and there was like one more spot. If you completely blocked it, you could like, you could make it so it wouldn't notice that the tray is open. And then there was like the other spots, where if you blocked it, it would always trick it into thinking it was reading a legit game. But you would have to like be really quick when you're swapping it. You didn't need like a Game Shark or anything. But like this was the thing you could do. I don't know like how you would do it on the other model of PlayStation 2. But if you had the PlayStation 2 Slim model that opened like this, you could do it pretty easily if you blocked off the correct sensors. I remember doing this a lot as a kid. Fun times.
As well as that, there's obviously the region mod, which I spoke about earlier. With both of these removed, it's now time to clean up the area and work out what I need to do to fix it. The person who installed this mod has cut traces on the motherboard to intercept the video encoder chip with the region mod, thus making it work in the NTSC region. We have to now patch up these cut traces to revert it back to how it was. I'll start by scraping back the traces on the motherboard to expose some of the copper. Then I'll need to work out which leg of the chip goes to which trace, since there isn't enough room next to the chip to bridge the gap. After testing for continuity, I then took some thin Kynar wire and tinned it up.
I see. But there is a way to do it with the PS2 as well.
After adding a bit more solder to each leg on the chip, I soldered the legs to the cut traces to complete the circuit again. With everything done, I plugged it all in and gave it a test. It was still outputting in black and white. Taking a closer look, I tried moving a few things around, and then I realized I'd soldered one of the wires to completely the wrong place. So I corrected that, cleaned everything up again, and gave it another test.
Yes!
There we go. You got it in color.
Yes! 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 No way!
This right here was the catalyst for this video. This is the Zero Wire. It's a revolutionary new way to install a Raspberry Pi Pico into your PlayStation 1. Brilliant people in the modding community have developed a way to use a Raspberry Pi to launch games from an SD card. I recently did this to a Panasonic Q, which was fairly straightforward. However, for the PS1, it requires some truly intense soldering. And that is where the Zero Wire comes in. This cleverly designed circuit board has the Raspberry Pi Pico on it, and it's specifically shaped to sit right on top of the motherboard, where then all you need to do is bridge the points on the board with some solder.
That is very handy. That makes things so much easier. Yeah, that is so easy to do. Yeah.
Now there are 2 points which you need to solder which are a little bit more tricky, as you're soldering to something called a via. This requires scraping the silkscreen back to reveal the copper, and then you can make a good connection with some solder. Now this project is called the Zero Wire, and while that stayed true so far, we now need to install one wire. To be fair, it would be ridiculous to make one long extension from the circuit board to reach all the way over here, so we just need to install one wire. And in my opinion, one wire would still have been a pretty good name for this project, so maybe they should have gone with that. We also need to remove this small resistor before soldering the wire into place.
Okay.
And with that, the Zero Wire is installed. That was far more simple than any previously available method, and I'm extremely impressed with it. Definitely check out the description for links to everything I'm using in this video. We now need to make one slightly tricky adjustment to the CD-ROM controller chip on the other side of the motherboard. We've got to lift up a few pins so that we can disconnect them from the motherboard. This is so that the Raspberry Pi, which we've soldered onto the other side, can then take over and allow us to boot games from the SD card.
Just completely removing some pins. Of course. Yeah. Like, as cool as this thing is, like, this is obviously not the most practical way to go and play your PlayStation 1 games. But it is a cool project if, you know, it's something you're into. Especially because, like, soldering this stuff is a pain. If you've ever had to solder stuff and deal with this shit before, This stuff
With that
sucks.
done, we can now give it a test. I'll use the LTE
It is a
screwdriver
pain to
press
do
down on the
it.
disk lid switch, otherwise this won't work. But the question is, will this boot to the software on the Raspberry Pi called Pico Station, or did I break everything?
Honestly, it will be nice if we get like just like direct recompilations for these older games.
Boom, I did it. The Zero Wire comes with this SD card reader which connects into it, and then you can play ROMs off of the SD card. It doesn't, however, make you become a pro skater.
Yep. Ah yes, Tony Hawk Pro Skater.
Now currently the PS1 is plugged in using a component cable, and is outputting at 480p. However, you can...
I haven't seen Tony Hawk Pro Skater in years, in more than like 15 plus years. I forgot it looked that crappy. I forgot it looked like that. It's been so long
and buy an adapter
since
on
I've
Amazon
played
which
that
converts the signal
game.
to HDMI, giving you 720p, and of course the ability to easily connect it to a modern TV. This adapter is pretty epic, and clearly has improved the signal quality.
Yeah, I know they got the remasters.
But
I
I'm not
just
sure that this is quite the solution.
forgot how
After all,
crappy
this
the
is supposed to
originals
be the
looked.
ultimate PS1. But thankfully, China. This is the high-speed I-Do HDMI.
Then again, like when I played it like back in the day, or rather like when I played it when I was younger, I had a CRT that I would play it on. That CRT is long gone, but yeah.
And let me tell you, this is without question the most challenging thing I have ever installed. We need to get access to the components underneath this shield, so let's grab a solder sucker and some desoldering braid and get to work.
Okay.
Now that we've done that, we also need to remove the serial I/O port, since that is where the new HDMI port will be. Everything can then get cleaned up, and the HDMI port can fit in there nicely. However, it's far more complicated than just that. Included in the kit is this ribbon cable. One side of it connects to the HDMI board, which is fairly straightforward. The other side has nearly 50 individual pads, which we now have to solder to the legs of the video chip on the PS1.
Oh
somehow.
boy. That's not fun. That is not fun. Having to solder all that. That's a lot. Ew. You probably can. Actually, like, I'm pretty sure, technically speaking, if you had a PAL region PlayStation 1, they were underclocked compared to the North American and Japanese PlayStation 1s. I mean, remember, like, at the start of the video, the guy literally said they had, like, a separate chip to modify the actual clock of the PlayStation 1. They had to get a different oscillating crystal and do that. It was like as a mod at the start. So like, there's the answer to your question. They technically had to do that. I mean, like, that was the case with like a lot of the older consoles as well. Like the NES, SNES, and stuff like that. They have the slower version of those consoles as well. Same with the Genesis and stuff. The Mega Drive, like from the European region and stuff like that, the PAL regions, is slower than the Genesis. Like, if you've ever seen comparisons of like Sonic 1 or Sonic 2 or Sonic 3 gameplay, whatever, between the regions, it's noticeably faster on the North American or the Japanese one versus the PAL version. But yeah. Yeah, it's so dumb. They're like using their freaking 50 hertz crap or whatever. It's so dumb. But that's
my editing
what
might have made that
things
fairly
are.
straightforward, but in reality, I could hardly see what I was doing. It took me several different attempts.
I mean, you can blame the crazy, deranged Austrian painter for that. It's his fault, I guess.
and over half an hour. Plus, we have no idea if it works yet. We've now got to solder this part of the ribbon cable over here to an audio chip.
Right, the failure of the Austrian painter who took over Germany for a time, it's his fault. I guess.
Apologies for my head getting in the way, this stuff is so small and I have to look really closely. There are 4 pads on the ribbon which we need to solder wires to. In hindsight, I probably should have done this beforehand. They go to some small components down at the edge of the motherboard, and in the process, I managed to knock one off. So that was great.
Oof. If he knocked one off, that is a big oof. Yeah, and that's gonna be a pain to fix.
With those then down, I added a 3M adhesive pad, which is to hold the HDMI port down until we get the shell back, since if it flaps around, it might just rip everything off. And with that done, we can now test it. No way. Oh my days. He's only gone and bloody done it. No way. It's at 1080p. It's literally at 1080p right now. That is it. I've done it. I've done it. I can't believe it. That is insane. Oh my lord, that looks nuts. Yo, I'm so proud of myself. Holy crap. Next up is the controller. This is the one that came with the PS1, and as you can see, it's disgusting. It also has a cable, and it's 20.6. This right here is a Bluetooth controller board made by Technobit Video Wagos, which is the same company that made the Zero Wire. This is a phenomenal piece of kit which still gives the PS1 full compatibility with memory cards and wired controllers, but now will allow us to use Bluetooth controllers like the PS5 DualSense.
Yeah.
And there's some really cool extra features too. To start, we've got to take apart the original controller assembly and desolder a bunch of stuff. So let's go. So that's the main board now fully disconnected. We've now got to remove the ribbon cable connector and a small diode.
I know that the early versions were like that.
Once those are removed, they can be installed onto the new board. It's important that the diode goes back in the correct direction, so pay attention to the instructions if you ever do this yourself.
Well, yeah, diodes can only work in one direction. No, you should have used LEDs so you could see it doing its thing. So you could see it light up. You should have used an LED instead of
With those in, we can now solder the board back onto the controller port.
Far more... I'm pretty sure this is more expensive than just getting an FPGA PS1. I'm pretty sure, like, the FPGA PS1 that I, like, looked up is going to be a lot cheaper than this mod. And it would, like, you wouldn't need to do all this shit to it.
There's a small speaker which gives the PS1 a little start-up beep which is similar to the PS3, so let's go ahead and solder that in.
I mean, there's a way to use diodes in reverse. But that's mostly when you're trying to use it for voltage regulation, like in controlling voltage in a specific way. Yeah. And for the favorite, you know, the rectifier. if you wanted to do this. It's great for like converting an AC voltage into a DC voltage. You could technically use diodes in the opposite direction of where the current would flow to like control this. It's like to limit the ripple and stuff like that. Like you would have your your sine wave input here and it will output like this. This is basically what's inside a DC power supply. A more complicated version of this, right? This would be your AC input, goes through this, and this is the R here would be like this part right here is the output. This would be your input. And ideally, you would want this to be as straight of a line as possible. And this is basically how your power supply and like, let's say your phone charger and stuff like that, they're basically doing that. It's just a way to like overly simplify it. And of course, you can add more in here to control it more and more. And like, yeah, you can see all the math and the calcs on how the output works. But we're obviously not in an electrical engineering course. So you don't need to see that. But yeah. Technically though, you can use diodes in the opposite direction. It's just that, the reason for that is, or rather what it'll do is something completely different.
There's also a touch sensor which will allow you to control a few things, and I'll run through all of the features at the end. Let's go ahead and strip all of the wires and get that soldered into place. The final thing to do on this new controller board is add a new connector. In the final version of this kit, this will be included, but since mine didn't come with one, I pinched it off a spare board that I ordered. I'm going to cut and strip the wires and solder them directly to the board. Notice the controller board now goes between the power and the motherboard. This is to power the new controller board and allow you to turn on the PS1 with your controller. One last thing I'm going to be upgrading is the power board. I found this on eBay made by a guy called Robert Retro. It's a completely modern and upgraded power supply board which allows your PS1 to be powered by USB-C. With that, all of the mods are done. Let's check if it still works. A few days later, the shell that I sent off arrived back to me. Let's check out what's been done to it.
Okay, what happened to his shell? Custom raw. Wait, what? Okay. What did they send back?
I've been wanting to work with Rob from Raw Talent Art again for ages. We worked together several years back, and I'm a massive fan of his work. He's a one-man band transforming old shells into works of art. He's extremely talented, and this personal touch will really finish off this build. Definitely go and check out his Instagram. He's a really lovely guy.
Oh wait, no, that's a different color. Never mind. Blue PlayStation? Oh, that's nice. Still not as cool as the crab PlayStation though. Still nowhere near as cool as the crab one, the PlayStation with the crab. The ultimate PlayStation is still the crab one.
So you may have noticed,
So this is pretty
This
cool.
color scheme has been inspired by the very early development models of the PlayStation 1, which never got sold to the general public. I've always wanted one of these models, so to make this my personal ultimate PS1, it had to be this. Let's go ahead and finish the build. I needed to trim the metal shield to allow the new controller board to fit. I put some copper tape on the edge to make it less
I think it was just called the PS1 and it was just spelled it just like I think it's this. Let me see. Yeah. This one, right? And then there's like I think it was just called PS1. Yeah, this one. Yeah, there we go. I remember what it's called. It was because like they released it around the time the PS2 came out. From what I've heard. It's like a cheaper thing in there. But it's like at that point, just get a PS2. I can play your PS1 games. But yeah.
We can then drop in the motherboard, followed by the new power supply.
I thought that was like a separate accessory.
Now, I completely forgot this controller part needed to be blue, so I had to swap everything over to one that Rob painted. With that done, I could drop it in, screw it down, and hook everything up. It's done. HDMI, 1080p, USB-C. Development kit blue, hand-painted, wireless controller. Raspberry Pi Pico Station, games now launching from an SD card.
Yep. That is nice though.
The image now looks extremely crisp. You get a beep when it starts up and status LEDs in the controller ports. You can also access the HDMI mod settings with a button combination and make changes to suit the image as you please.
That is very cool though. Alright, what else do we got here? What is this? Tectone losing his mind deletes his old videos. What the fuck? Okay, what is this? What happened?
Ladies and gentlemen, believe it or not, the Tectone situation genuinely is getting worse, as Tectone about 2 days ago deleted about 1,800 videos on his YouTube channel. That, by the way, 12 days ago he announced that he was basically leaving YouTube. We all know this dude is a massive grifter. He didn't actually leave YouTube. YouTube didn't actually terminate his channel, right? This is just for content, because since then, bro's made 4 freaking 5,000 slot videos, right?
Unfortunately, to all you guys who are long-standing fans of my streams on YouTube or my streams on Twitch, I don't think I'm ever going to go back to those.
Okay.
I've been banned for calling an editor. I'm going to need you to blank this out. You can write out a censored version if you want, or people can fill in the gaps if you want. I got banned for 2 weeks for calling Denims when she actively prostitutes herself live on OnlyFans. I got banned for another 2 weeks for calling Frogan fat when I believe she's 5'2" and above 300 pounds. I got banned for saying Hassan is gay when he frequently talks about Asmongold every other word of his stream. If he stubs his toe, he blames it on Asmongold. And it's just getting very exhausting.
Mind you, he didn't get banned for posting this video where he just made all of those claims again. So it's like, there's probably another reason why you got banned, bro. But according to Social Blade, this guy has indeed deleted 1,792 videos on April 5th of 2026. Ladies and gents, there's a new grift. You know, credit to Nick Andros for taking that screenshot. He's done. You know, he has to slowly move away from the lolly stuff because of probably seeing chibi reviews and how that's been going on. If you guys didn't know, Tectone had himself a bit of interest in the lollipop stuff that over the years he's tried to distance himself from, because people are finally starting to say, you know what? That's not normal. That stuff isn't okay, right? Sure, it's fiction. We can say that all day long. It's fiction. It's fiction. it's still creepy, it's still gross to look at, right? You also have posts like this where Tectone allegedly, you know, knows that this person right here, this character from, what game is this? Freaking Honkai Star Rail, I think. Yeah, this character right here is a child. Tectone says, why is bro rizzing a child? Literally says, feet sniffs deeply. Yes,
Bro, what?
that's the exact same character that he knows Yunli is a
Damn.
child. Making feet sniffing jokes. Apparently he deleted that really quickly, but yeah, still a little weird.
I'm saying, what's wrong with that?
Chat's gonna twist it.
Well, I like lollies too.
Now, to give Tectone the benefit of the doubt in that context, Lolly sometimes
Yeah,
just
gotcha drama
refers to
to
like the
freaking
size
Grifter.
of the character or someone who looks a little younger or whatnot. But it doesn't help that in the past, Tectone has also engaged in and liked content such as a not safe for work animation of a 15-year-old character by the name of Venti, which is a boy, by the way. You know, getting it up the...
Isn't like 15? Like, isn't Venti like a lot older than that? Right? Isn't he supposed to be the god of Mondstadt or something from Genshin? If I remember correctly. Isn't he supposed to be or something? So like, yeah. Like, do I not remember it correctly or not? It's... He's second oldest? He just took appearance of a friend, yeah.
The keister. So not only is you know, Tectone possibly into the younger stuff, he's also into the boys.
When likes were still public, people found out that Tectone had liked an animation depicting a Genshin Impact character called Venti getting their back door blown wide open by a BB Hilichurl C. For context, Venti is an effeminate male character with the body of a 15-year-old boy. So Tectone has a history of joining it to gay porn involving 15-year-old boys.
So that's a little interesting considering his new like whole conservative right-wing grift that he moved to Rumble to try to adhere to, because apparently they're not like moderated over there. They don't ban people for saying things, or they just don't ban people for just being outright vile people, right? Or maybe because on Rumble he can say absurd things like this and his fans will actually sit there and like consume the slop into their mouth. Tectone thinks that his conspirators are using Indian bot farms to make him seem more hated than he actually is.
Because people have bought Indian bot farms to actually astroturf all of my posts and make a reality that I'm far more hated than I actually am.
Oh my god, like, guys, I knew that's what it was, right? Every time I make a video about Chibi reviews and call out how much he like loves Lolly and call out people like Tectone and freaking, what's Tectone's lawyer's name? I already forgot that guy's name, Legal Mindset or whatever, right? We're all just, it's all the Indian bots. The Indian bots are just finding my videos. They're finding Tectone's videos and they're just mass downvoting it, guys. That's what it was all along. It has nothing to do with, again, your protective order by Pink Chew. It has nothing to do with the fact that you literally have SA allegations that the courts agreed probably happened.
Yeah, right.
It's all just the Indian
Rumble.
bot farms. Would you guys be surprised if Tectone was still talking about Pink Chew, his ex-girlfriend who has a protective order on him for SA and a bunch of other allegations? As this is literally what he said on Rumble. This is what he said on his newest stream.
With every other fucking chat being like, oh, boyfriend applications, taking boyfriend applications. Holy fuck, kill yourself. Censor that, editor.
Now this guy just can't seem to get her out of his mind. Again, he's not allowed to talk about her. He cannot even address this person. He has to literally act like this person has disappeared from the face of the earth. Of course, we know she hasn't, but he is not allowed to physically address this person, reference them, talk about it privately, and it ends up getting back to the courts and whatnot. But he just cannot help himself, and every single day it seems like he just continues to do this. Of course, people thought that maybe him going to Rumble was going to be a way for him to try to sneakily talk about her or talk trash about her, because, you know, less people would be clipping it. But that obviously is not the case, because even on Rumble people are clipping him saying stupid things. Now we can use this site called Film OT that Nicandros linked.
I know, right? There used to be a time when people would actually do content on the shit that they were doing and not just drama crap, drama farm all over the place. Pepperidge Farm remembers. I remember, you remember, we all remember, but unfortunately that's not what happens anymore.
Linked, which basically shows backups of all of the videos that Tectone has deleted, and it looks like around May 20th is when he started to delete a whole bunch of videos related to gacha games, basically, right? Like Wuthering Waves, Genshin Impact, Genshin Clones, Genshin, Wuthering Waves, blah blah blah, right? Which to me comes across as him trying to like hide his past, right? Which is of course what he actually started, content creation, which was playing gacha games and playing games like Genshin, Wuthering Waves, and he slowly shifted over to like making this political slop daily commentary stuff where he just covers things and talks about how woke they are and how stupid they are and whatnot. And obviously, you know, this stuff is more successful because, you know, he can't really appeal to the whole gacha game anime community anymore. So he deleted all that stuff to make it seem like this is what he's always been doing, right? This is what he was doing from the beginning, which is of course not the case at all. Which is weird because if you like sort by oldest, his videos are super random. Like he has one video from 7 years ago he didn't delete, but then he also still has all these other Wuthering Waves videos. So I just don't understand. Maybe he's just slowly gonna start deleting these ones as well because bro has literally thousands of videos related to Wuthering Waves.
We got a lot.
Definitely getting back on the grind, at least in terms of the political slop. I've never seen Asmongold this angry. Pokimane went out of business. Pokimane's goon allegations, right? So obviously this stuff seems to work more. It's probably a lot easier for him to just react to freaking Invader V's takes about Pokimane and whatnot. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I do want to know what you guys think down below. I already know people are going to be like, Cameron, Tectone has clearly not fallen off. Tectone has not lost his marbles. He's still getting 40,000 views a video. He's still getting 90k views a video in one day while you're only pulling in like 4k, blah, blah, blah. I get it. Yeah, obviously, this dude's been on YouTube for freaking 8, 9, 10 years at this point. So it's going to be bound to happen, but anyways, I appreciate you guys watching the video. Peace out. Bye.
But yeah, that is crazy. He's just deleting all his stuff. That is indeed crazy. Alright, No Man's Sky Arena. Creature battling, 100+ abilities, genetic experiments, multiplayer arenas, alien trainers, tactical combat breed creatures, medals and titles, cool. And they could have more pets and everything. Oh, that's cool for like a No Man's Sky. No Man's Sky is like pretty crazy. The thing was like a disaster on release and everything. And all sorts of like memes and stuff and like to like avoid the game. I remember like seeing a meme where they was like they called it No Man's Buy instead of No Man's Sky and stuff like that. But then like it's just transformed itself over the years. Actually crazy. And Provs and coming collab, who knows, man? That'd be kind of cool. But yeah, good on them for like, you know, even like the initial thing was a disaster, like just keeping it up and finally making something that people wanted to play and everything. Actually fixing their shit. Then Pokemon changed their name. Yeah, we saw that, didn't we? But yeah, good on them. Alright, Pokemon Champions lazy cash grab. Yes, I know it's a lazy cash grab. I already tried it around a bit. But let's see what they have to say. Apparently I have a notification on the Enfield creator Discord. You guys can kind of see that.
Pokemon Champions is released.
Obviously, I won't show you what it
I
is.
thought it would be. It's lazy, bare bones, and greedy. I expected nothing, and I got exactly what I asked for. Admittedly, they didn't exactly advertise anything else. This is a Pokemon battle simulator. This is not Pokemon Stadium. There is no single-player mode, no wired same console battles, no interesting
Stuff
game
doesn't even work.
It is
I
a
know.
mobile game that's not even on mobile yet. For those out
Yeah, mobile game that's not even on mobile.
The loop, let me
Also,
explain
okay,
the
yeah.
gameplay for you. It's 4v4 doubles, where you start with a team of 6 and you pick 4 guys to put in, and 3v3 singles, which is the same thing except you pick 3 guys. And you can do these formats with ranked battle or casual battle, and that's it. There is nothing else to the game. There is nothing else to do. Just ranked battle over and over again. 2 formats. Forever. I guess it'd be too much to ask to have a random battle format. You know, a way to get people into the game who don't know how to team build, whose only experience with Pokemon is the mainline games. Or given this is going to be on mobile, maybe people who haven't played the games at all, they like the card game or something. But no, a randoms format makes too much sense. It's much easier to just learn how to make a competitive team using limited resources right off the bat. I'm sure little Timmy will really get the hang of things, losing 300 times. And
The funny part is, like, everything's stuck at level 50 and everything, but the orange berries in the game. That shit's hilarious. Like, you can get the orange berry. Now they need to give us Blissey so we can have orange berry Blissey. Right? We gotta have orange berry Blissey. That's surely gonna be meta.
definitely won't just quit the game after. Might as well say this in the intro. If you are in the 99% of people who is a casual fan of Pokemon, then there is nothing here for you. There is no form of onboarding. The game does not teach you competitive battling in any way, and there is no way to play it casually.
There's also no single player offline mode.
Serves no purpose. It is played and serves the exact
It is
same
just
function
very,
as the ranked mode. It's
yeah.
just your number doesn't go up or down. There isn't anything to even the playing field between.
I heard there are people using Mega Hawlucha just because of entrainment, so they could do no guard fissure. No guard fissure and like no guard horn drill. Right, all about that no guard and right, no guard fissure and no guard horn drill strats. Because of entrainment on Hawlucha. And playing doubles sounds awful because of that. No, it's not Dark Souls Pokemon. You gotta go play Legends Llama God for that.
Between people just getting into the game and those who have played Pokemon for decades. It is sink or swim. Either you look
Instant roar with parting shot and fake out, yeah.
up some online guides or you play against bots. Yeah, the only onboarding feature they could think of is your first
You
couple
fake out the
games you
parting
play
shot.
against bots
Yep.
who pick random moves, and if you lose enough, you get to fight against those bots again. I'm sure all those new players will have fun in the bot purgatory, and even if you just want to play with your friends, you better hope they have a Switch and Nintendo Online, because the game has no offline features. You can't even just casually play with your friends on the couch.
Actually, you don't need Nintendo Online, but still. It doesn't matter, because like the way the game works, you're basically forced to play.
I guess that wasn't in the budget. Maybe you don't care about winning. Maybe you don't even mind fighting against bots over and over again. You just want to see your favorite little guys use their cool moves. Well, despite there being 1,000 Pokemon, this game, not including Megas, has less than 200. There's barely any game even here. You can only do the one thing, and they didn't think to include, I don't know, the Pokemon in my Pokemon game? The game doesn't even have all of the new Megas from Pokemon Legends ZA.
It
That is
doesn't.
the bare minimum.
I mean, like, no life orb, no choice specs, no choice band. Like that, those three there alone, that's like pretty big to not have. Right, people are running fucking quick claw and that stuff. No rocky helmet. No, like, none of like the utility items as well as the niche ones. There's no light clay. There's no terrain extender. There's no damp rock, smooth rock, heat rock, and icy rock as well. So for weather stuff. There's like so many things that are just missing. Mega Soul Ignore Weather. That is pretty busted. In a vacuum. Though Mega Meganium is pretty strong. All things considered. a massive upgrade over regular Meganium. That's for sure.
To have
But yeah.
all of the new Pokemon in the new battle simulator, and they couldn't even do that. Well, maybe the game isn't for little Timmy then. This is the new official way to play competitive Pokemon, so it's for the competitive players. For the 0.01%
That is true.
of Pokemon fans that actually play competitive Pokemon, you're far better off just using Pokemon Showdown, an online simulator.
Yep.
It's a whole lot cheaper, and even ignoring the money, it's a whole lot faster, because the game is offensively slow. The gameplay
Yep.
is slow enough with the fancy animations, but the team building is what's really slow. You have to grind out mountains of currencies, wait for your daily resets, level up your battle pass, all just for your random selection to not give you the Pokemon you want anyway. You could always speed this all up by buying a subscription to the game and a subscription to Pokemon Home,
Yeah, and then the game so you can transfer into.
as well as your mandatory subscription to Nintendo Online. Buy the Battle Pass while you're at it, and you don't want to be left behind, so you better get that starter pack too. And on that note, it's time to talk about the monetization. Everyone's favorite word when it comes to mobile games. They're always known for
Yeah.
being so
Actually, here's the thing. That starter pack is not optional, basically, in practice, if you really wanted to play the game. Because the starter pack increases your box slots. The 30 box slots is so tiny. You can't really get much shit done in that. So it's basically like a requirement.
so generous. Now, let me be clear. I played this game entirely free to play. And if you plan on doing that, it is possible, but you're not going to have a lot of fun for very long. The main limiting
Yep.
factor being the number of Pokemon you can have. Remember, all you can do in this game is battle. There's nothing else to do. So the only variety are the different teams you can use.
Yeah, they fumbled
And for
extremely
2 different
hard.
formats, doubles and singles, you only get 3 team slots. So I hope you like playing the same team
3 team slots and 30 space in your box.
over and over again. 3 teams isn't enough for 1 format, let alone
To be
2.
honest, I wouldn't
guess
even
you can
trust
always
Game Freak with this
repeatedly
shit.
delete and remake your teams. I'm sure that won't get old. But the far more limiting factor is the number of
But yeah.
Pokemon you can have. 30! 30 is the default. Without spending money, you only get 30 Pokemon, plus a handful more slots every time you rank up, or you could buy the subscription service and immediately get 1,000. Doesn't that sound a little more reasonable? 1,000 slots for over 1,000 Pokemon? That is, if the game had 1,000 Pokemon,
Yep.
like it should. After only playing for a couple hours, I filled up 20 of my 35 slots. Play for a couple days and you're already going to be stuck deciding who you have to kill. How are you getting these Pokemon anyway? Well, you get a random selection of rentals once a day. It's a mobile game. You have to have some kind of timer that, of course, you can speed up with in-game currency. Now, to their credit, you cannot buy the in-game currency. Of course, you can buy the right to earn more. There are membership-only missions that are pretty lucrative, but it certainly could be a lot worse. They could have always charged you for every pull, but then again, everyone would just use Pokemon Home at that point. Anyway, you spend your in-game currency to speed up your daily timer, and you get shown a random selection of Pokemon. Yes, completely random. Better hope you get something good. Once you select the one you like, then you have to spend more in-game currency just to acquire that Pokemon. So you're
And then
double
also
paying. You pay
to train
enter, then
them
you
to
have
get
pay
to make
buy
them usable.
something. And that Pokemon has a preset ability.
Yeah, there is a not. Yeah. No, it's not Masters EX. You gotta move the S over. It's Master Sex, right? I always thought it was funny when like they named it that like that. What a title.
And moves and stats, so you're going to have to spend more money changing all of those things. So sure, the game is pretty generous with the currency, and you don't have to pay real money for it, but they nickel and dime you on everything. It is possible to make a team without spending an absurd amount of currency. Just editing a single Pokemon, changing the ability, that's a chunk of currency, changing the stats, that's another chunk. The nature, that's 500. Every single move is 250 a piece. By the time you're done, you're broke. And you still have 5 more to go, and that's only one team. And don't forget about items. You gotta buy all of those. 2,000 for 1 Mega Stone. Not that there are many items to begin with. They removed most of them. Don't worry, every berry you've ever heard of is in the game. I'm sure that Oran Berry is gonna make...
No, not every berry. There's a lot of berries that are not in there. Like, where's the roll-up berry? Where's my funny roll-up berry and the other one that does it for special attacks? Where are those berries?
All the difference. This all wouldn't be so bad if the only content wasn't battling. There's no story mode. There's no free play where you can use whatever Pokemon you want. It's just ranked and casual.
And there's
when
no
all you can do
recording
is
stuff
battle,
either.
The content is the team building. There's nothing else to do. Can you play one team for 500 hours? What's expected of a live service game? I got bored after 2. Well, let's assume you are spending money. What are you actually getting for it? Well, there's the $7 starter pack, which for the price of a DLC, you can get 50 whole Pokemon slots, 30 whole teammate tickets, which lets you recruit a Pokemon for free. You still have to pay the currency if you want to skip the time limit, that or you're waiting a whole month to use all these. Then there's $10 for the Battle Pass, which is your only way of getting Mega Emboar or Mega Fraligator, as well as some cosmetics and more training tickets. This one feels basically worthless. $10 for 6 training tickets and 2 Pokemon that suck? What a steal! I'm sure people will be praising the generosity of the Pokemon Company, that only the bad Pokemon cost money, it's pay to lose. And finally, there's the $5 a month premium subscription, which gives you 1,000 box slots, 15 teams, a whole set of exclusive missions, and songs nobody cares about. Everything else is just helpful. This one is basically mandatory. 50 extra slots doesn't really compare to 1,000, where you can actually make any team you want. I promise you, even if you like competitive Pokemon, you're gonna get bored real fast if all you can use is one team. 3 at most, but $4.99 and all your problems go away. Just make sure you keep up that monthly subscription or all those Pokemon are getting executed along with your box slots. We're not done yet though. There's one more subscription you have to pay for if you actually want to play the game. You need Pokemon Home. But Frogmire, how could that possibly be necessary?
Yeah,
Sure, the
Glimbora got
Pokemon you-
adaptability. What was it? Like, Mega... what was it called? Mega... what's its face called? Victory Bell got the fucking inners out ability. Drampa keeps Berserk. Some of them are just so dumb, man. Oh yeah, Unseen Fist got nerfed. It's no longer Unseen Fist, it's slightly Unseen Fist. Meowstic gets Trace. Why use Mega Meowstic when Mega Alakazam is like right there? Mega Alakazam also has Trace. But Mega Alakazam is also is faster and hits harder. So just use Mega Alakazam, why use Meowstic? Like, what is even the point of Mega Meowstic when Mega Alakazam is like right there? They should have given Meowstic a different ability. Skull Villain got renamed Flame Body, of course. Yeah. But yeah, and then Golurk got Unseen Fist, which is nerfed, so now it should be definitely Seen Fist. Slightly Unseen Fist, I don't know. But yeah.
You can recruit a random, but there's only 200 of them. You'll get them all eventually, right? Wrong, because you can get duplicates. So there's a good chance, even if you play every day, you spend all your currency on the...
Oh yeah, the best part too is alternate forms count as another slot. So Rotom has one for every appliance form. Which is just even more ridiculous. Every form of Rotom is a Pokemon slot. Isn't that great? Rotom takes like, what, 6 slots? Just for Rotom?
timer, you might never see what you want. So just as a quick recap, to play the full game, you need $6.99 for the starter pack, $9.99 for the battle pass, $5 a month for the Pokemon Champions membership, $3 a month for Pokemon Home Premium, and don't forget the mobile version isn't out yet, so that's another $4 a month for Nintendo Online, plus an entire video game console. All of a sudden, it's a little more pathetic that this supposedly free
It basically
game is
is.
being outdone by a game made 20.
You're better off just transferring Pokemon in, and for certain Pokemon like Mega Floette, which is like basically Diet Xerneas, like Floette Eternal Flower, like the Mega version of that, is basically Diet Xerneas. You need to also have Legend ZA, and you need to play through Legend ZA, so you can then transfer it, which is like 50 hours or so of gameplay. Alright, one sec. I need to fill something out real quick that I can't show you guys. Very important.
Years ago that you paid for once and had all of the content forever. All of this is also assuming that they won't update the game and find more ways to charge you. You know for a fact there are going to be more battle passes as well. Despite all of this sounding crazy to me, a die-hard free-to-play, everyone else seems to have no problem with it. It's not a coincidence everyone's using Incineroar. That's how you know a
Incineroar
format
is just
good when half of all teams have one Pokemon on it. Speaking of bad formats, unfortunately, Pokemon Champions probably doesn't use the combat you're used to. It's not 6v6 singles, the vast majority of battles in the Pokemon series. Instead, it uses VGC doubles and a neutered singles format.
Yeah, battle spot singles, which...
Now, I've said before that Pokemon doubles is a format so bad that they have to pay you to play it, but I've never really explained why I think it's so bad. I mean, from the surface, it looks fine, and from a casual perspective, it is fine. But this is not a casual game. It is supposed to be competitive Pokemon, and competitive doubles excludes quite literally everything.
I think doubles can be interesting. The problem is, like, you need to, like, let all the shit come out, and, like, it needs to be as absurd as possible for it to really be interesting like that. The problem as well is, like, a lot of stuff that you could do in the game, you just can't do because it's only 4v4 doubles. If we had 6v6 doubles, like, it'd be a lot more interesting because you could then use every possible type of strategy and, like, really mix things up. But because, like, the way this stuff is and how short and how quick it is, like, you can't really make use of entry hazards and stuff like that, so you have that type of gameplay just completely gone in that aspect as well. You're also just working with less Pokemon. Yeah, triple rotation. Inverse is kind of a weird thing to balance because then, like, I can imagine if we had, like, inverse battles, Sui and Avalugg will probably be extremely broken in that format in inverse because of its awful typing would instead become really good. But yeah. But, like, it really depends, man. The part of the problem is you just don't have that many things there. Mega Obama Snow in inverse would also be crazy, especially with snow chain, with the snow thing. With snow instead of a thing, you get a trick room set up. That would also be crazy. Just like, some of like the worst ones. And then you'd have things like, Dialga would feel like shit to use in there. Because it would just get like, destroyed by everything. Same with Archaludon and stuff. Because of its typing. Like, I'm pretty sure stuff like even, yeah, like steel typing would be like the worst type in that metagame in inverse. Like, stuff like that. Like, even things like, Solgaleo and stuff like that would probably feel like completely balanced compared to regular Pokemon because of how easily it will get destroyed by stuff. But yeah.
Thing that makes Pokemon worth playing. Just think to yourself, what is the point of playing Pokemon? What does it offer that other games?
Huge power Snorlax. Yeah. That is something. Huge power Snorlax. Yeah, because it's like so bulky in that like type of setup in there that we have in there. Huge power Snorlax is something.
Don't. Well, it's pretty obvious. It's in the name. It's the Pokemon. You want to
Yeah,
play
Slacking or Regigigas in there, huge power. Wait, do they even get priority? Like, it's like, imagine huge power slacking, you just use a quick attack, and then the thing dies. You just beat it with a quick attack. Or something. Like, does it even get priority? I'm curious now. I get Sucker Punch, so that would just insta kill. Does it get other stuff too? I mean, Sucker Punch is already good enough. But it'd be funny if it's like you also give it like if it had quick attack for stab. You just win with priority. Yeah, I don't think it has like any other priority moves. Well, extreme speed would be absurd. If you gave it huge power, extreme speed. That would be absurd. But funny. Yeah, like it has Sucker Punch. So like there's that. How about Regigigas? Does it get any priority? No priority. Yeah, only Arceus gets stab extreme speed. Wait, no, I'm pretty sure you're right. I swear something else also got it before. No, Zigzagoon line gets it through breeding, but not in Gen 9. Wait, are they in Gen 9? I don't think they are. Yeah, the Zigzagoon line can get extreme speed. They can get stab on extreme speed. Through egg move. But like, base 70 attack. You know, maybe if it got huge power, it would actually be usable. Honestly, if Zigzagoon had huge power, it'd actually be decent. Very frail, but like, decently usable. Right, especially with like stab extreme speed. Unless Galarian. Oh, true. I don't think Galarian one gets it. You know, let's look at Obstagoon. No, it does not get it. No, it's only on the Hoenn one, unfortunately. As an egg move. Yeah, yes, E-Speed is an egg move, but only for the Hoenn version. If they gave it to the, if they got it on the Galarian version too, Extreme Speed, Obstagoon would actually be kind of crazy. Right, especially what's its stat spread? I mean, it's only base 90 attack, so it wouldn't be busted. It's like... I mean, this stat spread's kind of ass. Like, only base 95 speed, and like the rest of it is just like, eh. But at least it has a bit of bulk to work with. So honestly, wait, what's the Galarian Lanoon? Do they just have the same stat spread? It loses speed when it evolves. But yeah.
Favorite guys. Well, competitive doubles is the most restrictive Pokemon format to the point where every single team uses the...
Yeah, that is true. Like, it's mostly the same shit. Everyone uses Incineroar, and then a redirector, and then whatever your core is.
Exact same 20 Pokemon. It is so rare to see anything unique that a Pachirisu was used one time over 10 years ago and people still talk about it. In singles, you'll see someone top the ladder with some Pokemon no one's ever seen before once a month, if not more. And even ignoring the concept of using your favorites, what makes Pokemon interesting as a competitive game is the sheer variety. The number of options you have is staggering. It eclipses every other competitive game. That is,
they were also unique when they had transfer moves that you couldn't get anymore.
With RNG. And chess is a great game, but why not just play chess? Everyone uses the same Pokemon with the same moves. Oh wow, Protect? Fake Out? I've never seen those before. You play Pokemon for the Pokemon.
Yeah, Magmar, follow me,
really like Incineroar, doubles ain't got that. Now, despite being so bad, the reason why doubles is pushed competitively but not so much in the single player game is because it's so much shorter. It would be impossible to run a traditional tournament when games can go up into the hundreds of turns. And even a ranked mode would be torture because of how slow the game is. Look at how long it takes just for a single move to fail. It doesn't even go off. Add in people choosing their moves, a game of singles would be 45 minutes minimum. That'd be the shortest game. As well as being shorter, it's also much easier to get into. It's a simpler game, which is important when the target audience is children. Not only is the team building simpler because your options are so much more limited, but the turn-to-turn gameplay itself, you simply have less to consider. Sure, your initial options may be more than in singles. I mean, 4 is a bigger number than 2, but 1,000 is a whole lot bigger than 5. You don't have to think 20 turns ahead when there is no turn 20. If you're trying to look ahead, the possible outcomes grow exponentially. So the number of initial options is meaningless when comparing the number of things you have to consider over the course of the entire game. Not to mention in singles, it's much harder to tell what set the enemy Pokemon has compared to doubles. We're memorizing all the sets for the 20 Pokemon that are actually used is trivial compared to the 500 that you could possibly see in singles. The shorter game.
I mean, here's the thing, VGC, if you manage to get past turn 5, there's something wrong. VGC 5 turns, yeah. You can't entrainment a Palafin Hero for, but that's unfortunate. Imagine if you could get huge power Palafin Hero. Jet Punch. Dedge.
It also makes the teams more formulaic. Stuff like Weather in Trick Room lasts the entire game, making these teams far more powerful in doubles. Politoed is everywhere, and I'm sick of it. This could also be seen as a benefit, though. It's certainly more approachable of a game when you have to memorize less, but it makes it a whole lot less interesting, too. There's a reason why, despite Pokemon being the most valuable IP on the planet, when you think competitive gaming, esports, tournaments, ain't nobody thinking of Pokemon. Despite
Yep.
having every possible advantage on the most popular game series of all time, the tournaments piggyback off of the most popular card game of all time. I mean, if you sign up for one, you might as well sign up for both, but even that's not enough. Unfortunately, it's just a bad game. Well, I've been talking about how much better singles is, so why not just play singles? That's in the game too, right? No, it's not. Well, first of all, the game is clearly designed around doubles. 30 box slots. That is simply untenable in singles, where there are hundreds of usable Pokemon. But we've already been over this. Just pay the subscription. Get over it. Buy Pokemon.
You're just powering a Lysopod with first impression. Wait, here's the problem though. Then you can't use first impression on your second turn. Because you can only send it the first turn it's sent out. Or rather, as it's sent out, first impression. But yeah. First impression with 90 base power or something? 90 base power priority. Here's the problem though, like... How are you gonna get huge power before... It's 100 now? They buffed it, yeah. But how are you gonna get huge power in Glycopod before you use first impression? Because first impression is like, what, +4 priority or is it +3? Like, increased priority on first impression. So, like, how the hell are you gonna get huge power on that before you go? Because Prankster only gives you +1. But you can't just Prankster entrainment. Because then you're just gonna give them Prankster. Oh, it's +2? Okay. Either way, like, how are you gonna get huge power on there before you use thing? Unless you do some, like, weird, cheesy shit where, like, I guess, like, maybe you have a Pokemon that is fast. If you have the Eject Pack, you make it use a move to then, like, lower its speed or something, so you can switch it out with the Eject Pack, because stat drop. You then put Glycopod in that slot, and then as Glycopod gets sent out in that slot in doubles, you can then use entrainment. So then the next turn it can do huge power. Oh wait, no, you can't, because you have to Mega. So you would have to already have Mega Glycopod first, and then switch it out. It's kind of dumb. Like, you're not gonna do it in practice. Because the setup is too complicated, and Leech Life is 80 power. I mean, yeah, you could just go with, like, huge power Leech Life spam. You get your first impression out, and then, like, to get something that's faster, knock them out, and then, like, get entrainment on there, and just spam Leech Life. Yeah, I guess you could do that.
Home, buy all this other stuff. But even then, 6v6, that's the good singles. 3v3 is unplayable. It is so much worse than...
3v3 singles is just like, get your shit to just like instantly knock out your other enemy, the opponent's stuff. Very fast, very hard hitters, and that's it. There's like, you can't really do all sorts of stuff in there because like it's not worth it, it's too short. Yeah, it also loses its water type for Steel and Mega, yeah.
Doubles. You have only 3 Pokemon to properly cover the possibility of any other Pokemon in the game. This leaves a extremely limited selection of Pokemon capable of doing this, only to instantly lose to some random cheese strategy that only works against you, or get stalled out and lose to timer. Oh yeah, the game has a timer? Remember I said singles games are really long? This is true even for 3v3, so don't be surprised when you're in an unlosable position, but then the time runs out and your opponent wins because they had more Pokemon than you. Now, the only time I ever played this in Champions is when I accidentally joined with my doubles team, because I would never willingly play this again. This is the official format for the main games. So I have long since learned my lesson with those. Do not play this. So when I said the game was bare bones and lazy because there are barely any Pokemon, and the only thing to do is endlessly battle in 2 different formats, well, it's even worse than that because only one of those formats is even playable,
Iron Defense,
and it's
Metal
still
Claw.
not good. Further reason.
That's all it gets? Surely they'll give it like a new Steel move at some point. Like, cause otherwise you're just gonna be using Iron Head and that's it. Yeah, you got, yeah, cause Metal Claw is like, why the fuck would you use Metal Claw? Wait, where does it get Iron Head? I don't see Iron Head here. Oh, here, never mind, I see it. Right here, 80. Like, you're just gonna be using Iron Head Leech Life. And that's like it. First impression. And like, its stats though is pretty good. You're just allergic to fire, but like, outside of that, like this is like a really, really good stats. Obviously you're slow as shit, but like, oh yeah, there's like Aqua Jet. You got 175 physical defense. You're gonna live hits from physical fire moves. With this like, with like a little bit more like, with some EV investment and stuff. Like you're just gonna live physical hits. Special defense, not so much. You're still gonna just melt to fire immediately. But either way, like this bulk is really good. I know, Mega Beedrill's funny because like it's like paper thin. It loses even more of its special attack, just a thing. Tail Glow Archaludon. Why do you need Tail Glow Archaludon? You already got a freaking Electro Shot, which is already absurd, especially in the rain. Right, like you're already like in the rain already. Archaludon's absurd. With Electro Shot, you get an extra special attack boost, and you get a move off. Yes, it's same turn in the rain. You didn't know? That's why it's banned in Smogon singles. Because it's so broken. You get a special attack boost, and on the same turn, you fire off a 130 base power electric move. You get your special attack boost. You can't be taunted or whatever because it's a move. 100% accuracy. It's instant in the rain. Oh, and then there's the other funny part. If you, like, apparently, Electro Shot does not block you from getting the special attack raise if you have Sheer Force. And it's still Sheer Force boosted. Which is hilarious. Imagine if they wanted to make Archaludon even more ridiculous, they could have given it Sheer Force as an ability. Sheer Force Life Form in the rain. Use Electro Shot. That'd be funny. Make Archaludon Shears. Imagine. Like, that would be hilarious if they were to do that. No, the thing that makes Sheer Force crazy is Life Orb. Because if you're holding the Life Orb with Sheer Force, any move that's Sheer Force boosted doesn't take recoil from Life Orb, because for some reason it treats the Life Orb recoil as a secondary effect. Which is funny. So like any move that's like Sheer Force that's like affected by Sheer Force, you can use a Life Orb on them and you won't take damage. That's a fun little fact there for Sheer Force Pokemon. Life Orb is a great item on them because of that interaction. But yeah. It is funny though, like you can boost Electro Shot with Sheer Force. Yeah, like Sheer Force is another like a really good ability, but like is there even any Pokemon in Champions that you would like use Sheer Force on right now? That like you would use? No. Nah, imagine if Salaman's got Sheer Force for like as an offensive ability. We just want Intimidate though. Yeah, cause like the Sheer Force like Cleaver is in there, but like if you're gonna use Cleaver, you're gonna use Sharpness, not Sheer Force. You're gonna want to use Sharpness. Sharpness is just way better. Cause then it's like a 50% boost on the moves you would use on Cleaver. So you would just use Sharpness, not Sheer Force. For Alligator. Yeah, but like, why are you gonna use a thing on for Alligator? Yeah, like you're better off using Mega for Alligator if you're gonna use for Alligator, even then. Like this thing is slow as shit, and the problem is like you gotta like the best moves for Sheer Force are special, not physical. But, like let's say we're gonna do that, right? So like what moves here are Sheer Force boosted? Ice Fang? Crunch? That you would like probably use like Ice Fang, Crunch. Breaking Swipe I guess would be Sheer Force boosted, but why are you using Breaking Swipe? With Sheer Force? Would Liquidation get boosted? I guess Liquidation will also get boosted. Like, the problem is like, for the physical moves, like, it's not that great. Mega Camerupt? I mean, like, who the fuck is using Mega Camerupt, man? you already got problems if you're using Mega Camerupt. What the fuck is this shit? Sheer Force boost order up. That would be something. But like, yeah, what are you gonna use? Eruption isn't boosted. Alright, Mega Camerupt is Mixed Attacker. I mean, like, what are you gonna use? Like, Flamethrower, I guess? Lava Plume, Flamethrower. I mean, actually, no, you wouldn't use Lava Plume, you'd just use Flamethrower then. Or Heat Wave, why Lava Plume? Like, it has some moves here, but like in doubles, I guess, yeah, Heat Wave. Maybe if you wanted a high power, you wanted to risk it, you got Fire Blast. Scorching Sands, I guess. For wait, no, you get Earth. It gets Earth Power. You would just use Earth Power if you're like for Sheer Force. And then like I don't know what the hell you're gonna use for coverage. Like it has some moves, but like, yeah. Wait, Order Up is boosted by Sheer Force even if Commander is not activated. It increases the stats if any are applied normally. What the fuck? Actually, wait. That is hilarious if that's true. Wait, where does it say that? Oh, yeah, right here. Order is boosted by sheer force, even if commander is not activated. That's crazy. That is crazy. But yeah, that would be funny too. I don't know. Like, I guess it has moves, but like, what the fuck is using Titan? Like, why use Titan when like you can go use Weavile if you need an offensive, physical attacking ice type? Like, Weavile is there. Just use Weavile. Or like if you wanted like a really slow one, there's Mega Crabonable as well if you wanted to run Trick Room Team or something. I guess.
The reason why this game feels so bare bones is I don't think it was even meant to be a full game. It feels more like a compromise so that they don't have to put these competitive features into the main games anymore. The vast majority of the player base has never touched the online competitive multiplayer features of the main games. And Game Freak is well known for laziness, I mean time efficiency, and it's a lot more efficient to make your battle simulator one time and use that for every Pokemon game into the future, rather than remake it for every new game just for no one to use it anyway. It sounds like I'm complaining here, but for once this seems like a good idea. I'd rather them spend the time on the features people actually
a bunch of Pokemon are holding item Mega Stones,
their own game. I just wish the game was at least good for them, but it's not. I just don't think those competitive players really care about all these flashy animations that just slow the game down to a crawl. It's not very good for practice either because it's so hard to make a team as long as you're not paying for 2 monthly subscriptions and a battle pass and the starter kit, as well as a decent amount of grinding for all the in-game currency.
Yep.
Even just as a battle simulator, it doesn't even have replays. That's the most basic thing you could ask for. I just don't understand what the incentive for playing is. It's not accessible. It's infinitely easier to play on Pokemon Showdown, and the phone version of this game doesn't even exist yet. Maybe when that comes out, you'll at least have a reason to play. It's definitely a lot less predatory than their other mobile games, but it's not great either. I guess if all you want to do is Pokemon battling, and you don't care about what Pokemon you battle with, and you need the pretty animations to pay attention, then there's something here for you. But if you care about literally anything else that makes Pokemon Pokemon, then this just feels like a waste of time and a waste of a whole lot of money. Either way, this still isn't the worst game Game Freak's ever made. I'd still rather play this than Legends ZA ever again, though that's a very low bar. Anyway, bye.
There we go. That's us. Game trees hate you is going viral. Indie game where hostile trees shoot and punch and chase players. What the fuck? Okay. Nah, the trees are like, nah, you can't. And bitch. Exploding Christmas presents. Nice. What the fuck is this? The trees are like, nope. Just shut up. The tree was like, nah, I got gun. Yeah, the trees hate you. Well. Okay, we'll do one more before we end off and we'll continue on tomorrow, I guess. Yeah, here, we'll do this one.
Gacha games are everywhere these days, and for some damn reason, we keep falling into this trap. But here's the thing, it's not the same trap for everyone. The person addicted to Genshin is not the same person addicted to Arknights, and I can prove it. Today I'm breaking down what your specific gacha game says about you, and what brings you back to the game time and time again. Is it the story, the FOMO, or is a loved one holding you hostage? Let's find out what that actually means about who you are. Now guys, how can I make a video on gacha games without mentioning Genshin Impact? And you are the person in your friend group who complains about everything but never actually leaves. Dinner at a bad restaurant? Well, you're gonna go. Movie nobody wants to see? Fuck it, you're there. Vacation that went sideways? You booked the same place every single fucking year. And that is who you are. And Genshin is just where we can see it the most clearly. The day one players especially, you are textbook sunk cost fallacy. You're not having fun and you know it. But quitting would mean admitting that the last 4 years were a mistake. And your brain simply won't let you do that. The new players are fine, I guess. You don't have the damage yet, but give it time. That middle child thing is real. You exist in a family where everyone is aware of you, but nobody's actively checking on you. And somehow, you've just accepted that as your baseline. It's like Stockholm Syndrome at this point. And you know you love your abuser, but you just can't leave. Onto a game that my editor tried to get me to play before Limbus Company. We've got Hokai Star Rail. And you are pathologically optimistic in a way that is actually a little alarming. Not in a healthy way, mind you. In a my therapist keeps gently bringing this up way. Every piece of evidence in your life that something isn't working gets filed under, it's probably fine, I'll turn it around. You don't quit things or reassess situations. You just keep showing up and believing harder. And the people around you either find that inspiring or exhausting depending on how long they've known you. You're the kind of guy or girl who likes to find a broken partner so that you can fix them. Hokai Star Rail is the perfect game for you because it keeps getting worse and you, for some reason, keep downloading the updates. That is your coping mechanism, wearing optimism's clothes. I'm not here to diagnose you, but I'm saying what I see. Well, with 2 of them down, I might as well complete the trifecta and bring in Zenless Zone 0. You make every decision in your life based off vibe first, don't you? The budget's second, the logic is fucking never. You see something that looks cool, you find the coolest version you can afford, and you commit fully. No follow-up questions. And that's kind of a bad way to live. Seriously, what's wrong with you? But it does mean you own a lot of things that are adjacent to what you actually wanted. And you've gotten good at convincing yourself the adjacent thing is better. Which, I respect the mental gymnastics it takes to believe this. Honestly, if you were able to do them physically, you'd probably be in the Olympics. You're literally the definition of
what else have we got here?
On the personal side, there is no middle ground in your fan base. You either exist somewhere on the LGBT spectrum, or you're so enthusiastically straight that it loops right back around to being interesting. And oddly, whether you're straight or gay, you're the only community that actually shows up for the male characters, and honestly that says something decent about the lot of you. We finally get a move on from the MiHoYo games to Wuthering Waves.
I mean, I don't play Star Rail.
You're the kind of person who thinks they are right about something before anyone else cares to give a shit, or even knows. And this attitude can come off as insufferable sometimes, but in the best way. You spotted the problem with so many other gacha games and you found a better option, so you switched. And then, to your horror, you had to watch everyone else stay behind and keep being wrong about it for another year. You're kind of like Ishida from Bleach, thinking you're smarter than everyone else, but in this case you were. That specific experience has given you a very particular energy. You're not angry, not exactly. It's more like a quiet and permanent "I told you so" that you've learned to keep mostly internal because nobody at all wants to hear it. You also have that one very specific niche that you're interested in, that you are disproportionately passionate about. One character or show or even a game. And you sadly have built a big part of your personality around it. You know which one it is, and if you're comfortable with it, let me know down below in the comments section. Now it's time to move into something very strongly based off of an anime in Fate Grand Order. You are very specifically one of two people, and they could not be more different. Person one is you have an extremely strong initial enthusiasm for things and absolutely no follow through. You got excited, you dove in head first, and you hit the first real obstacle and bounced. This is a pattern. It shows up in your hobbies and your projects, probably in your relationship history. Once the going gets tough, you get going. You're fun to be around at the beginning, but you let yourself just slide into some real shit later on. The other kind of person is you guys have not quit anything in your entire life. Not a job, partner abusing you. Well, you can't blink first. This is your relationship, damn it. Not even a game with a genuinely criminal gotcha system that hasn't been updated meaningfully since 2018.
The best gotcha system is no gotcha system at all.
Pure stubbornness, even when you stopped enjoying them long ago. Both of these are personality disorders, and I'm not saying which one is the worst one. You decide. Out of everything on this list, you know what's not the worst? I would have to say it's probably a game my wife got me into a few years back in Arknights. You are the person in every group project who takes over, not because you want the credit, but because watching other people do it wrong is physically painful to you. You have systems, you have contingency plans, and you've thought 3 steps ahead before most people have finished reading the instructions. And that is a legitimate skill, and it does make you slightly exhausting to collaborate with. Out of all the people who play gacha games, you're probably the most likely to commit a war crime, just due to the way your mind works. When you see a problem, you don't attack it in the slow way. You look immediately for the most efficient solution, and sometimes efficiency leads to things not being ethical. I mean, a couple good things here is you're probably the most functionally competent person on this list. And if you keep at playing the game, you might be one of the few that could actually beat me in a chess match, so that could be cool. You're also the most likely to build something you shouldn't, and probably have a couple FBI handlers watching your internet search history. I'm just warning you guys. Speaking of people who should be afraid of their own search history, we're talking about people who play the game Nike, Goddess of War. Nike, Nike,
whatever.
However you guys want to say it. I'm just gonna go with Nike. Anyway, you are the kind of person who has to over-explain yourself. And it's not because you're insecure. You just have had to justify this specific thing enough times that the speech is automatic now. Someone walks by, glances at your phone, and before they even finish forming the thought, you've already launched into everything about your thing. The narrative structure, the world building, I swear it's not hentai. The surprisingly decent writing in it. It's an art form, I tell you. And here's the thing, the lore defense is, it's not wrong. It's just not the whole truth, and everyone in the room knows it, including you. What this actually tells me about you is that you care deeply about what people think, while also being completely unwilling to change what you do. That's actually a very specific personality type. You want social approval, but you're not going to compromise to get it, god damn it. You just want people to understand, which, fair enough. And you're not telling me, no matter how good the game is story-wise, that you're not here for the physics of the whole thing. If you want me to believe that you're there for the storytelling, you go ahead and like this video. And guys, tragically in the last video, Mons was taken from us. So if you don't subscribe to the channel, we won't be able to afford getting Mons life insurance from Limbus Company, and he'll never come back. So you guys don't hate Mons, do you? You can't tell me that you hate the editor of the Friday videos. Come on, guys. Subscribe to the damn channel so that Mons can come back. But speaking of the physics of the whole thing and the reasons people like certain games, we move on from sniper girls to horse girls. And you are one of two people, and they share almost nothing. The first of you are genuinely sentimental about things most people don't pay attention to. You cry at real horse races. You know the actual history behind these characters, and you got emotional about something niche and specific. And you found a game that took it seriously, that hit you somewhere real. However, the other person, you have never watched
their body physics sector always complains.
You have no intention of starting. And you found an emotional connection you weren't expecting from anime horse girls. And you don't fully know what to do with that information. Both of these are valid. For some reason, those of you who play the game fall into like one very specific demographic. The person who pointed this out to me was friend of the channel, Miss Dainty Frog. And there's no easy way to say it. You're part of the LGBT community. But very specifically, you're either the L or the T, sometimes both. And every once in a while, you have the non-trivial furry mixed in, just for fun.
No, all the horses are dead, IRL,
of
course.
I just notice them, and I tell you guys about them, and that's what Momasume says about you. From cutesy horse race girls to badass hack and slash, we have Punishing Gray Raven. And you're a completionist.
I heard they're getting rid of the orb pinging thing, though. All of these. They're getting rid of their shit. I heard.
Who has ran out of things to complete. And that specific situation has broken something in you a little. You don't do half genres, you go all the way through them. Every mainline entries, the remasters, the spin-offs, the ones who people told you weren't even worth playing. You've destroyed Devil May Cry, beat the shit out of some Bayonetta, and you even played God Hand. You know what that means about you. And now you've hit the end of the catalog, and instead of picking up a new interest like a normal person, you went deeper into the same hole. That's stubbornness on par with the worst of them out there. You would rather exhaust every possible option in one direction than admit you might need to branch out. Punishing Gray Raven is not your dream game. It's what happens when someone refuses to have a different dream. It's okay, I understand that hack and slash is awesome and all that. But for fuck's sakes, change the fucking genre already before it's too late. I mean, hell, most of your friends already think you're far past being gone, so it might be too late for you anyway. Well, guys, we're moving on from hack and slash to the final game on this particular list. Hey, come on, guys. Honestly, did you think I'd leave Limbus Company off of our list of gotcha games and what they say about you? No. And so, here we are, at Limbus Company. You guys are the enigma. On one hand, almost every one of the videos I have posted about this game, you guys have decided to tell me about the fact that you've read so many of these books. You know all of the backstories. You hung out with Otis during the Odyssey. You decided to go down fighting with Ishmael while they took on Moby Dick. You've decided to read nicher titles like Ryoshu's Hellscream. And for some reason, you won't shut up about how you've definitely read Metamorphosis. What I'm trying to say is you guys say that you've read a lot of...
Metamorphosis? What? What does he mean by metamorphosis?
books, while also claiming to be completely illiterate. With the biggest brag that I get in this community being that your favorite book is Crime and Punishment. This all says a lot about you. It says you guys have open minds and are willing to broaden your horizons when it comes to certain things. But I know better. A good portion of this community are very cool people. However, all of you, including myself in some places, hide some deep traumas. And this game draws us to it because we have those traumas. With this being one of the few games that I'm most comfortable with on this particular topic, I would have to say that if you like this game, sadly, you've probably got a few mental issues. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. All of you that I've actually talked to and met are still good people. But you've got a tism, a twitch, a quirk, something that makes you feel unique, whether it be ADHD or bipolarism. Something just tweaks you in a different way. My most recent other video on what your favorite thing says about you is what your favorite sinner says about you, and there is so much I can unpack here, but instead of me going back into all of that, go watch that one. This Friday's will be what your favorite keyword says about you, so you'll be able to see more about what the game says about you in the future. Oddly, when it comes to Limbus Company, I'd say you guys are probably the most kind-hearted degenerates I've ever had to deal with. And I wouldn't have it any other way. You guys are cool and fun people to hang with. Well, guys, that's going to be my video on what these 10 gacha games said about you. Hopefully, I got everything right. I probably didn't. And if I did not, let me know in the comments section down below. Don't forget to join the Discord, and also guys, I'm over on Twitch and on TikTok now. So when you get the inkling to go find me over there, go ahead and follow me on all of that. And with that all being said, guys, remember, like always, be good to each other. We'll see you in the next video. Peace.
Alright, there we go. Alright, I also uploaded my reaction to the Enfield thing earlier on my channel. I don't know if you noticed, that is posted there now. Because I recorded it while I was in there. I also realized, oh yeah, shit, I forgot to re-upload my Agleo pose. So that'll appear later today. On there as well. I'll move my NT video to tomorrow. Because I don't want to upload, I don't want to have more than 3 uploads per 24 hours to show up on YouTube. Because I'm pretty sure that's when you get picked up by the spam filter or whatever. Right, that was from earlier in the stream. Obviously. Because otherwise I wouldn't have had time to get that done. But yeah. Like, while I was doing the reacts, I just quickly grabbed a screenshot from the thing and made the thumbnail. I just grabbed the video, tossed it into Resolve, and I just slapped it out there. But yeah. That said though, we've made a bit more progress on this thing. There's still a lot more. We'll try to get this stuff looked through tomorrow, I guess, or something. Yeah, that's why, like, I'm not trying to, like, put that many out, like, in rapid fire, whatever. But yeah. And so, though, I guess this is just where we end off here for the night. As usual, though, guys, thank you all for stopping by. Hopefully, you can see you guys again next time. You guys have a good day or night or whatever. I'm gonna go get some sleep, but yeah. I'll see you guys. See ya.